I'd like us to take this opportunity to open our minds to new ideas, new visions, and set up our vision for the future. And based on this vision, we have to have solid plans to implement it on the long term. The world is changing, and we have to change. We have to upgrade what we are doing. And I hope this forum serves as this kind of opportunity to learn from expertise from all around the world so that we can set up a global energy storage infrastructure that will really build the grid for the future. Thank you again, and I hope you will have a very fantastic forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Engineer Al-Ibrahim, for setting the tone of this important forum. We appreciate your insightful words. I would now like to invite you to view some insights from the Energy Storage Forum. Our first session of the day, titled Energy Transition Policy Big Picture, will shed light on the advancements that have supported open, transparent, and competitive investments in achieving power sector decarbonization. We are privileged to have our distinguished speaker who will discuss the associated risks and challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome His Excellency Dr. Ershad Mansour, President and CEO of EPRI.
Good morning. You haven't had your coffee yet. Good morning. That's much better, much better. I just saw the video and it feels like yesterday we were all here, and a lot of progress has been made, and it's just an honor and pleasure for us to partner with Engineer Ahmed and your team and all the utilities in the Gulf region. We are looking forward to come back in November, big event, COP28. And I think the future is already here. And I only have 2 slides, so I would like to hear from you now, during breaks, tomorrow, because we're seeing the future happening in real time. And my key message is we have to act and think differently. What has brought us here today is not going to take us even to 2030. And this power system that has been built worldwide, you know, it's 120, 130 years of experience building an interconnected grid. But if we don't start thinking differently now and act differently, just thinking is not going to happen, then we have a challenge coming in front of us, but we also have an opportunity coming in front of us. Because if we clean the electric sector becomes the tip of the spear to clean the rest of the economy. If you are in electric companies, your role in this clean energy transition is going to double, is going to triple. Only 20% of the energy we use in the world today is electricity. That could be 40% by 2040. And a clean energy transition, net neutrality, will make electricity one of the most important commodity for the society. Our reliance on electricity, the reliability that we need. So I think every year that goes by, if we are not thinking and acting differently, then we are missing out on opportunity. And we'll talk about energy storage, and one of the things last year I mentioned was energy storage is beyond lithium-ion batteries. There are technologies that are happening right now in companies across the world that looks at energy storage in the 6, 8, 12, 16, 2 days, 6 days, seasonal. We call it long duration energy storage, LDES. The challenge is with all the Gulf utilities coming together through GCCIA, take one of those technologies, different one, each one of them. Let us help you design the experiment the right way. So all of you learn on these emerging technologies within the next 1-2 years, because you will need these technologies to operate the grid. And I'm going to show you a slide, and I'm going to ask for a raise of hands if anybody has, maybe just do it right now. Raise your hand if you have heard the word or phrase canyon curve. Canyon curve, 1 hand, 2 hands, 4 or 5 hands. How many of you have heard duck curve? A duck curve, I mean, by now, if you're in the power systems, you have all about duck curve. So if you're not following EPRI on LinkedIn or following me on LinkedIn, please follow, because 2 weeks ago we had a posting with real data from California. And you know, California, not 2018, back in 2011, the duck curve became very popular worldwide for power systems engineers. And the duck curve is, basically, it's what your load curve is minus your variable generation, in this case solar. So when the sun is shining really bright at midday, your net load goes down. Well, this is April 15, 2023, just a month ago, and the duck is looking like a canyon. If you look at how you navigate that canyon, it impacts planning, it impacts operation, it impacts stability, it impacts markets, it impacts every aspect of how we are designing this system. You need resources to climb down the wall, resources that can shut off very quickly. The ramp rate, how fast you can shut down, is important, not just how much flexibility you have. When you get to the bottom, and the bottom is going to get bigger and bigger as more and more solar comes in, you'll have to find out what to do, store the energy or create hydrogen or something else. Because electricity is not needed when you're at the bottom of the canyon. And then you got to go up the canyon. And going up the canyon, do you have the right resources to flex? How does the market operate? How does the market operate to value flexibility? How does the planning works out? That what type of resource do I need? And this is just a 1 day. This is what we call diurnal. It's a day and night thing. And that aspect of planning, the operations, when you're at the bottom of the canyon, what resources do you have, and what is your stability of resources if you have an event at that time? If you have a transmission line event at that time, if you have a generation outage, and you're at the bottom of the canyon, how stable is your grid? How do you look at small signal stability in a system like this that is very dynamic, that is changing? I can have hundreds of questions just on something like this that you will see whether you see it in 2025 or 2028 or 2030, because the cost of solar is coming down. It will come down even more. Yes, supply chain is constrained. Yes, cost has gone up, but that's not long term. But one of the good things is with all the experts that you have here and with GCCIA, I mean, I know we've got, raise your hands if you're coming from EPRI. We have our energy storage, we have our grid ops and planning. We have almost 10 of our experts that are here that are working hand in hand with you. But just working is not going to do it. You have to act. And the act means, you know, for those of you remember David Letterman, he had his top 10. So my top 10 is pick top 10 energy storage. New type of energy storage. You know, there are energy storage, there is an energy storage company in Australia. It's called Raygen. It's solar plus thermal, but not solar thermal. It's a special type of PV that produces electricity, but also produces heat. It's not CSP. It's a very different technology. There are other technologies that are emerging in the long-duration energy storage. We have a program on long-duration energy storage because we are vetting every technology. We have more than 70 technologies in the database. But vetting these technologies by talking with vendors or manufacturers, startup companies, ain't gonna do it. When they're ready, we gotta deploy it. And instead of all of you deploying all of them, let Bahrain Electric take 2 of them. Let Oman Electric take 2 of them. Let SCE take 4 of them. But let's design these experiments in the right way, not just a demonstration of a technology with a press release. Let's make sure we are really kicking the tire so that this canyon can be navigated. And it's the opportunity for these type of forums, not just listening to us, but really engaging all of us together, really gives us that opportunity. And it's not just diurnal. I'm just showing one day. There was a great report that came out from IEA on the need for flexibility. I don't call it a need for storage. I call it a need for flexibility across all time zone. This is hourly flexibility. We need weekly flexibility. We need seasonal flexibility. We need interannual flexibility. What happens in year 1 may not be the same year 4. Thermal generation that we have all relied on. Thermal generation, we boil the water. We make the heat from oil or gas or coal or nuclear, you name it. They're not dependent on seasonal. They're really not dependent interannual. So it's a completely different resource mix that we will be exposed to. And what the IEA paper did, and we took this graph from the IEA paper, they looked at different climate zones. And they said, what is the flexibility need if I go to a highly renewable system? A high renewable power system where energy is primarily coming from wind and solar. So if you look at this, energy is primary. Annual electricity, terawatt hour, gigawatt hour that you are producing is coming primarily from wind and solar, variable generation. And then you need short duration, seasonal, interannual. So for short duration flexibility, what do? 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Well, for 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, batteries work. Lithium-ion batteries work. Utilities around the world. In US, we had in 2021, 5 gigawatt of large scale batteries. Last year, it doubled to 10 gigawatt. We are expecting this year 10 gigawatt will go to 20 gigawatt. So we're now saying large scale, 4 hours, 2 hours, 6 hours batteries. But batteries cannot be the only way you do this. You have to figure out how to do load flexibility. Load flexibility is a must. Whether you're doing load flexibility through demand response, or more importantly, doing load flexibility through time of use rate. So go to Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona. Arizona, it's like Middle East. It's pretty hot. A lot of sun. APS, Arizona Public Service, the utility. Salt River Project, another big utility. They have a tariff that encourages you to use as much electricity as you can during the valley and as less electricity as you can during the nighttime and during the peak. People are adjusting to it. Automation is happening in the home. Thermostats are automated. Even water heaters are now automated. You can have an app and control your water heater. EV, when electric vehicle happens, EV managed charging. If we electrify this world through electric vehicles and heat pumps, and we do not have managed charging, and we do not have a time of use rate, and we do not have load flexibility, it will be extremely expensive to build a system for the peak and for the valley. And that's, if you look at what we need short duration, which is what you would need in the next 3, 4, 5 years. So just don't do batteries. Batteries are good. Utilities are doing it. We went from 5 to 10. We're going from 10 to 20 gigawatt. And when I say we in the US, worldwide, Australia, you look at some of the battery projects, huge. But that doesn't address all the problem, because now you have seasonal variability and interannual variability. What does seasonal variability means? The winter in Arizona and the summer in Arizona are two different climates. If you had 100 gigawatt of solar, the amount of energy you will get in winter is different, could be significantly different, the energy that you will get in summer. If we go into electric vehicles, if we go into heat pumps, our winter peak, so we did a study in New York, what we found out was the winter peak could be 4 times the summer peak. The difference between a winter peak and summer peak. And winter is not a good time for solar and wind. What do? What resources do you have? And are you going to procure resources just to operate for winter and a totally different set of resources for summer? But these are real questions. How does market value that? And if you look at interannual is even hydro. I know we have hydro experience. Hydro has interannual variability. 1 in a 10-year or 1 in a 5-year, you could have a very dry season. And in the dry season, if you don't have enough reservoir, your hydro capacity will be significantly limited. So it's not new to have interannual variability, but solar and wind also has interannual variability. You could have 1 in a 10-year or 1 in a 5-year. That whole year, the wind regime is lower than what you expected. So thermal generation, coal, gas, nuclear, oil, none of them had this issue. And when you're looking at seasonal, interannual, 1-day storage, 2-day storage is not going to do it. 1-week storage is not going to do it. You need long-term storage. What's the technology that you would use? That's really the innovation that you need to do today to be ready for beyond 2030. The short-term flexibility is a 2030 issue. The longer-term flexibility, it's a beyond 2030 issue, but things need to be done today. So we see a lot of technologies that are at early stage that can help. I'd say keep an eye on geothermal, different geothermal, the hot rock geothermal, laser drilling technology. People ask me, what changed the energy industry in the last 30 years? I said, shale gas changed it. How did shale gas change the industry? 2 things, microseismic imaging to look at where the shale seams are, and diamond drill bits and horizontal drilling. Drilling changed our energy landscape in the last 25 years. Drilling could again change the energy landscape because of laser drilling. Laser drilling coming from the fusion industry, you can go now 3 to 5 kilometers deep. And if you can go that deep, use CO2 as a working fluid, a lot of the places on the earth, there is hot rock. We're seeing so much interest in small modular reactors, so much interest in next generation reactors. We fully believe by 2030, you will see a micro reactor, several operational. You're talking about 10, 15, 20 megawatt reactors. It's not just reactors. If you look at carbon capture, the oil and gas industry now has taken the lead on carbon capture. It's not the electric companies. But they have to succeed in carbon capture if they're going to go to a net neutrality. And if they succeed, then it's a great opportunity for us electric companies. I'm not going to even talk about hydrogen. We have sessions on hydrogen. Because what do you do when you have this much amount of wind and solar during the time when you have so much excess energy. If you do the math in Gulf region, and if you look at the way you will progress, there may be a time when you are spilling as much energy, if you're not using it for something, as you need in a given year. That's how much spilling you will do. In California, we are spilling more and more wind and solar every year. In Northwest, where you have a lot of hydro, we are spilling hydro. Spilling means we're not using it. Free resource. So that's where the opportunity for hydrogen comes in. But really the bottom, the long duration energy storage, a couple of our experts are here, so make sure during break I know Andy, where are you? Andy's there in the back, Andy Maxon, Erin, Haresh. We have 3 of the top. I would put them as one of the top world-class experts on storage. Not just lithium-ion battery. Yeah, you will need lithium-ion battery, but you got to look at long-duration energy storage. So I'm going to stop at that, because really what the key theme is, it can't be any more talk. It can't be just saying, look, duck has become a canyon. It can't be just saying, look, there are 70 technologies on long-duration energy storage. You need to act. And you need to act means next year when we have this forum, let's make sure we have identified 10 locations where we can test 10 different technologies, long-duration energy storage. And we are testing them with rigor. We are testing them with the right design of experiment. We are collecting the data, and we are giving it to all the utilities in the Gulf. So each one of you don't have to do 10. That's the type of collaboration, association that GCCIA is made for. So I think I'm going to take some questions. I'm not sure it says time's up, but if there are time, I would be happy to take some questions now. But I'm there today, I'm there tomorrow. Please reach out to me, reach out to us. If you're not in LinkedIn, following us on LinkedIn, follow us. But do we have time for any Q&A? So raise your hand. Raise your hand, and if you speak up, I'll repeat the question. Any questions on duck versus canyon, acting, thinking differently, the need for markets, planning, operation, control room? I mean, the control room that you would need for a system that will be dominated by inverters. Wind and solar doesn't have thermal inertia. You can get inertia from batteries, but you will have to make millisecond adjustments to your control. So control system of the future, we are working with major TenneT, EDF, major utilities on visioning what is the control center of the future. We've got 2 questions right there. I see the hands. Just, yeah, let's go there. Yep.
Shouldn't we be looking at the duck curve instead of the duck curve, and looking at the duck curves of interconnected states with California? So we shouldn't be looking at it in isolation? Isn't it misleading in a way to look at California on its own?
So yes and no. So the yes part is yes, you got to look at a system-wide, and the more interconnection you have, the more you can take load diversity and balance the system. But interconnection is not the only answer to flatten the duck. You need local resources to flatten the duck. What you're trying to do is flatten the duck. Interconnection helps, storage helps, load flexibility helps. There is no either or. You need a combination of solution to make sure that you're operating the system in the right way. And interconnection would be one of the best ways to make sure you're exchanging power across different regions. And once again, GCCIA, that's what GCCIA role is. 10 years ago, 11 years ago, when duck curve came out, there was a lot of discussion, we'll flatten the duck. This thing not going to be there in 10 years because we will have time of use rate, we will have batteries, we will have load flexibility. Here we are after 12 years. Not only we have not flattened the duck, but it has become like a canyon. And I think we need interconnection, load flexibility, time of use rates, long duration energy storage. All the portfolio of solutions will be needed. And then we got to operate differently. Our control rooms have to be different. We cannot have the control room of today for this system of the future. There was another question right there.
Yes, thank you very much for your inspiring talk. What role of hybrid plants could play with a multiple renewable energy, multiple storage systems, where both could be complementary together for both general and seasonal changes? Is that could be represent an answer, in addition for sure with a smart grid.
You know, hydro.
Hybrid.
Say that again?
Hybrid. Hybrid.
Methane hydrate.
Yes.
So you're not talking about, yes, absolutely. And you know, there is another company that I didn't say, and reach out to Andy Max and he'll talk about a company in the US, in California. It's, they're making a system, a magnesium-based system, that if you put hot air, it is an exothermic reaction, it generates heat. Then you put electricity to recharge it back again. It's almost a continuous power. The type of technologies that are happening in different parts of the world is amazing. They're at early stage. We need utilities to step up so that these technologies could actually be deployed in the pilot and test case to make it work. I don't know, Andy, what is the name of the company? Redux Flow? Redux Block. So Google it, Redux Block. Totally different technology. And these are not the CSP that we know of. And CSPs work as well. Questions? Comments? There's one right there. And feel free to say your name so we know.
Yes, Mohammed Manan from Qatar Electricity Corporation. It's interesting about because we are concerned about the decarbonization targets in the region. We have limited resources, no hydro, so flexibility is an issue. While we have a lot of solar resources, so our problem is different. By saying that the oil and gas will be leading the carbon capture issues, and knowing that the thermal generation taking part and good part of our systems for issues like energy and others, if there is any technologies that can solve this problem, or we can rely on thermal and relying on the decarbonization of our gas that we are using.
Well, so give you a scale of decarbonization that US needs by 2030. You know, the COP, not the last one at Sharm el-Sheikh, but the one before in Glasgow. Every country set a target for 2030. I'm sure Gulf countries also did set up a target. 2030 is only 7.5 years from now. The US target was 50% economy-wide reduction. To meet that US target by 2030, we have to accelerate 4 times than what we have done in the past. The amount of renewables we need, the amount of transmission lines we need, has to be every year 4 times than what. So it's the hurdle to meet countries' 2030 goal is huge. And technologies, some of the technologies, advanced nuclear reactors, it's not going to be there in 2030. Hydrogen, even hydrogen will be tough to be scaled up by 2030. And as I think technologies that are available today, that, you know, if you got to do something in 2030, you need to be planning by 2025. And really, that's where storage comes in. Yes, you need to plan on lithium-ion storage, but you can plan on long-duration energy storage. There are gravitational storage. There are thermal storage. Very old technology, but they work perfect. And then you have newer type of technologies. You almost need, I think we could work with GCCIA and do a directed forum so that you get an exposure of, there are more than 70 technologies in the long-duration energy storage beyond lithium that we have evaluated. And so that's the technology that will work this decade. But we also need to look at hot rock geothermal. We need to look at advanced nuclear reactor. We need to look at other technologies. Another technology that will work today, how many of you, raise your hand, have significant time of use rate difference where your charging customer may be double during times of off-peak? How many of you have that type of rate structure here? So there are some few rate structures that you don't have to wait for new technologies to come. You have to wait for public policy, and you have to wait for publics to think that this is a good thing to do. And for utilities, if the publics don't like what you're doing, then that doesn't work. I'm not going to take the time. We are going to talk about how do you finance this system, all the ramping up, ramping down. How do you make sure you assess the risk of the system? There will be somebody from California coming in, ask them about the duck curve and canyon curve, so we got a whole day agenda planned. But I appreciate all of you taking the time, and we are here to engage with you. The future is here, and if we don't act differently, just thinking differently will not get us there. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Mansour, for your presentation and for speaking about the importance of long-duration energy storage. Our next session, titled Advancements of Regulations and Incentives to Support the Energy Transition, will provide an overview of the regulatory frameworks in the MENA region and the current laws facilitating power supply from renewable resources. Dr. Lawrence Jones, Senior Vice President of the Edison Electric Institute, EEI, will serve as the keynote speaker and moderator for this session. Joining Dr. Jones are esteemed panelists, Mr. David Evans, Senior Counsel at Clifford Chance, Mr. Farid Zaidan from Arab Electricity Regulators in Saudi Arabia, and Mr. Yusuf Ahmed Janahi, Chairman of the GCC Advisory Regulatory Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome them on stage.
Good morning. First of all, there are the microphones. I was going to say there's no mic, but these are the mics. Well, it's really a pleasure to be here, and Ashra had an excellent presentation. I'm with the Edison Electric Institute, and it's always good to be back in this region. EEI, we work with electric companies all over the world. We are, to the world, what EPRI is technology, EEI is all about public policy, business model, this interaction or intersection of the policy, the technology, the markets, how does all work together. I was supposed to give a keynote to set the stage, and I'll probably do that with a few observations here, and we'll get into the conversation. First of all, about maybe 30 years ago, I was doing my doctorate at the Royal Institute of Technology in Sweden. And I remember having a conversation about renewable energy, and at the time, I wouldn't call the technology company, but a certain technology company in Europe said there was not going to be the need for offshore grids. And we know that that company was wrong because we see the penetration of offshore grids in Europe taking place. Listen to what Asha said, the same thing in terms of the pace of technology. Any bet you make today about what is going to be needed for the world in the next 5, 10 years, if you're skeptical, I will advise that you revisit your thought process because technology is really moving fast. We're going to talk about policy regulation. One of the things about technology is that for it to work, you need policy, you need regulation, you need investments. And those three things are very critical. As we think about the world and see what's happening today in terms of the energy transition, we see that one of the main drivers of the transition are the public policies being put in place by governments around the world. And I think when we think of energy storage, when we think of half of the technology that Ashwa talked about, it is not enough to have a momentum on the technological side. We need public policy to support these initiatives, and it's very important. I think the other point I'd like to make as we think about public policy and we get into the panel discussion, public policy can do two things. It can make things move fast, or it can make things move slow. And I say that because some public policies are very well designed, others are poorly designed. And we see around the world where you have good public policy, things can move fast. Where you have bad public policy, things can move very slow. And I think as we think about the deployment of renewable energy around the world, I've had the opportunity of looking at these systems, whether it's in Australia, the US, Europe, and elsewhere. And one of the things that really cause things to fail is bad public policy. And so I think while I'm a big fan of technology myself, over the years I've realized that as engineers, we think we control our own destiny, but we don't. The destiny of the grid, which we all love, unfortunately now, is not in our hands. It's in the hands of the public policymakers, the regulators, and the customers. And what does that mean? It means that when we sit back and start to look at all the targets that have been set, the targets were set oftentimes without the input from engineers. But what happens is you're given a job and say, okay, Ahmed, go and give us 50% renewable by the year 2030. How do you do it? Our friends from Saudi, the same thing. So all of these goals that are set from a public policy standpoint, oftentimes they are set without inputs from the engineers or from the technology providers. And I think one of the relationship between EPRI, EEI, and GCCIA is to bring the technological aspects in in concert with the public policy. Because right now, we have a lot of targets. And like Ashwat said, 2030 is only 7 years from now. 2050 is not even that far their way. But we have these aggressive targets. And so we're going to talk about on this panel, what are some of the changes we see in the region with regards to public policy and regulation. The last point I will make is on the issue of interdependencies between public policy, technology, and operation and planning. So I love the duck curve. I remember when the duck curve came around 11 years ago, 12 years ago, many of us looked at it sort of smiling, it was funny. But the reality is now the duck curve has taken so many different forms. Asha talked about the canyon. Well, in Australia now they're talking about the camel curve. There are so many different variations, but what is interesting is that if you think of flattening the duck curve, one of the key things that can get it done is public policy. Because when you talk of time of use price and some of the things Ashwa talked about, those things are linked to public policy. They're linked to regulation. So the duck curve is not just a technological issue, it's also a public policy issue. And I remember a couple of years ago, I was talking to a regulator, and I was talking about the duck curve, and this person looked at me and said, can you simplify what you're trying to say? And I said, well, what is simpler than a duck? And the person said, well, maybe not a duck, maybe give me a cat or give me something else, right? So we need to really think about, when we put up this duck curve in front of a regulator or a policymaker, what does it say? And the thing that is interesting when the regulator look at a duck curve, the first question they're asking is, how does the duck curve affect the customer? How does the duck curve affect my government in terms of the investments I need to make? Can we link the duck curve to what is happening on the grid? So we don't just talk about it from a technical standpoint, but really start to talk about it. What does that duck curve mean for development? What does it mean for investments? What does it mean for the customer? So let me just end. I still have 8 minutes, but I'm not going to use all those 8 minutes because for full disclosure, my flight was delayed out of Frankfurt. I just landed 2 hours ago. So if I collapse on the stage, you know why. But I will try not to collapse. But I think one last point I will make before we get into the panel discussion is we need, and Ashwa said we need to think differently, act differently, but I think we also need to be bold. And being bold means innovation has to occur, not just in terms of technology, but also in terms of regulation and policy. And every time I raise this issue around the world about public policy innovation, people ask, what do you mean? Well, let me just give you a very simple example, right? One of the most interesting things that's happened in the US over the last 3 years or 2 years has been what many people talk about, refer to as the Inflation Reduction Act, right? That is bringing $350 billion, I believe, Ashrad, to the energy industry. especially the electricity sector. But if you think about it, there was a lot of innovation in terms of how do you structure that package? How do you structure that legislature so that it is beneficial, not just for the utilities or for the technology providers, but also that is beneficial for the citizens. And one of the unique things in that bill, which is innovative, is the fact that it's tied the private sector and the public sector together, so that it's not just the government bringing money to the industry, but it's also the utilities making their own investment. It's also the investment banks and others bringing their investment. So we need more public policy innovation. We also need regulatory innovation. And by that I mean best practices. I like best practices, but you can't just take what's happening in one country and apply it elsewhere. We need to adapt. And part of best practices, for me, the warning signal is that don't just take what's best in one country. Think about it, but then ask yourself the question, how can I apply it in my country? So best practice is great, but the adaptation, and that's where the innovation comes in. So I'll stop here for setting the scene, and let me go sit down and have a conversation with this distinguished panel. So thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, good morning. And I think, first of all, I want us to start this conversation by having each of you just say a few words about your organization, and then we'll come back and start getting into the specificity around regulation and what's happening in the different regions. So why don't we start with Mr. Yusuf?
The organization which I represent here today is the GCC Advisory Regulatory Committee. It's not an organization, it's a committee. It's established by a requirement that there should be a committee that oversees the GCC Electricity Authority, Interconnection Authority, from different specific aspects and advisory issues related to any pricing aspects and regulatory issues related to the grid code, the interconnection code, that's what I am referring to, and their policy basically contribution, but not necessarily have a role in proposing policies rather than commenting on them and providing advice. That's basically what the GCC Advisory Regulatory Committee role as specified in the General Agreement for the interconnection.
Thank you. Dr. Farid?
Thank you. My name is Farid Zidan. I'm a retired professor of electrical engineering at King Fahd University of Petroleum Minerals. Since then, I've been enjoying my hobby, doing some research, chief among which being the honorary chairman of the Arab Electricity Regulators Forum. And I'm enjoying every minute of it. And I'm happy to be with you, ladies and gentlemen, to discuss certain issues dear to my heart. Thank you.
Okay, we'll come back, Dr. Farid. I think you said retired. I don't think you've retired because I've been seeing the work you've been doing around, so you're still very busy, so you haven't retired. Let's go to David. David Evans, introduce yourself.
Thanks, Lawrence. I'm David Evans. I'm a senior counsel in the Washington office of Clifford Chance. Most of you probably know Clifford Chance. It's quite a large international law firm, 3,700 fee earners in 31 offices, including here in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Riyadh. Our organization has what we consider one of the preeminent energy and infrastructure practices, and so we focused early on identifying energy transition topics and what we call pillars to the energy transition, and relevant, of course, to the run-up to COP28. If I could just list those quickly, the pillars are traditional renewables, CCS, clean hydrogen, where we did one of the huge hydrogen storage projects in Delta, Utah that is relevant to Dr. Mansour's seasonal storage function. New nuclear, where we've done work with SMRs in the US, carbon trading, EVs, batteries and transmission grids, infratech, such as smart grids, and finally a new pillar, we're looking at fossil fuel asset rotation. What happens as companies want to get out of fossil fuels? What are the liabilities? What are the mechanics? How do you deal with a transition? So that's what we do, and I could go into more detail.
Okay, good. Well, listen, let's start the conversation, and I'm going to start by going first to the audience. So the title of this panel is Advancing, or the Advancement of Regulation and Incentives to Support the Energy Transition. So, how many regulators are in the audience? Please raise your hand. Yes. Okay, how many policymakers are in the audience? One. No, just please raise your hand, all the policymakers. I don't like to see policymakers doing like this. I mean, let's see. Okay, so we have quite a few policymakers and regulators in the audience. So we'll start with you, Dr. Zaidan. Just talk about, in this region, what would you say have been some of the successful public policy and regulation in support of the transition?
Thank you, and I see leaders in the policy providing electricity, energy. I'm wondering when people say subsidy, that's the right of every government to take care of segment of the society that need coverage, help, and subsidy. The question remains, can't we provide subsidy direct and only to the needy and targeted? I'm surprised services and products that are metered, not like food, and metered services lend themselves much easier and more effective to be targeting only the needy ones. It does not help us by somehow in a convoluted manner design the tariff, and in category, low income have their own category, but the user of electricity all of them use the same benefit that usually were addressed to the needy ones. Better way to do it, and His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Sheri can remind me, we implemented way back in Saudi Arabia. We couldn't expand it for many reasons. About 6 million consumer, low-income family, the government pays on behalf. So every month, depending on the situation and the environment and the need for each of these categories, the bill will be sent to say, your consumption is so much, you have to pay so much, the government pays on your behalf. Now, the advantage here, had we moved forwards with that approach, we could, for example, say, government, the service of electricity has to be costed to cover the total cost for the service provider. And then the government direct the incentive or the coverage for each. The consumer every month is being reminded that the government takes care of them by saying, you pay so much, I'm covering you every month. Now we go back to subsidy. Why should we provide subsidy to the utilities in a convoluted channel of support? Utilities in the Gulf region should know and should pay the full price of fuel. Why? If we don't do that, the planning in the investment, the factor of the value of the fuel is not important. So fuel consumption becomes semi-irrelevant for the planning. Efficiency of the generation cost is more important than efficiency because fuel is almost costless. Now, how to do it? Price of fuel should be provided close to the international price. Subsidy to consumer has to be directed through pay and behalf. I don't want to take so much time of yours, but at least if you have an idea and if you have a question, I'm willing to elaborate further.
So let me just ask you one question before I go to Mr. Janani. So I want to link your discussion about incentives to the topic of today, specifically looking at energy storage or looking at technology that is needed for the energy transition. So from your perspective, I understand the argument about subsidies, but what kinds of public policy do you think is necessary to invest more in storage, given the fact that we need to get some support from government to accelerate the transition? What else do you think the government policy should be to support more storage in the Gulf?
The key persons for doing that are the utilities manager. These gentlemen, if I were to be asked, I will put medal on their chest, because how are they providing electricity when they daily think about how do I have enough income? The governments, and a speaker, provide coverage of the low income by the decision the tariff is low, so the income is low. The coverage comes not in time, very late, and not in size, and most importantly, not known to the planners. So how can they plan? How they can think out of the box, go to energy storage, go to time of the year, and they worry about how to remain alive financially. It's good that the government provide the fund, but when and where, at what time, and what size, it's unknown. So they are the least people to ask to be thinking out of the box every day. To the degree, and I called some of my friends perverted, when we have a sunstorm in Riyadh in August, everybody's scared. The senior level of electricity, they're happy. Why? Because the load is going to be lower in heat. Kids, schools are suffering, and they're happy because they don't worry about the peak load during that particular period. So the mindset is different.
So the mindset is different. I agree with you. We'll come back to that because I want to ask you a second question on the role of governments and regulation to support the transition. But Mr. Jani, let's go to you and get your perspective. Can you talk about what you see as some of the successful public policies in the region that have supported more renewables, and can we apply those same policies to accelerate energy storage?
Obviously, from policy point of view, the global approach is first comes. The importance is the environmental change, different means to affect the climate change. Needs to be the priority that drives these more detailed issues. And then when you come to the specifics of learning from experience gained in the other countries, then for the solar and integration of the solar and renewables, you would have to have some financial motives, which are the net billing or the net metering. These aspects are considered means to achieve, to provide some motivation to go to deregulate distributed generation, which would at the end impact also the economics of the electric systems expansion. So the motivation from policy should be emanating from a global issues, but then it comes down to the specifics at the electricity sector. So the net milling and net it just means to attract, to implement the policy that is publicly required to be adopted.
So David, let's talk a little bit about your perspective from the U.S., where we have 50 states, different experiments being done in different states. What would you say are some of the successful public policies that our colleagues in the GCC region might want to look at? Not necessarily apply directly, but at least consider. Would you give some ideas on some public policy, specifically when it relates to, say, clean technology like storage?
So the U.S. actually has rolled out several different policy initiatives that are, I think, incenting people to develop storage across a range of technology. There is the program in the States that most of you may be familiar with is RPS, Renewable Portfolio Standards, requiring the utilities to buy a certain amount of renewable power. And those states have now ratcheted up that requirement to desire renewable power that has associated battery capacity. So it's reducing the intermittency of the bid power into the regional transmission organizations. So that's something at the very state level of let's try to get firmer power coming from renewables. Of course, a large program that was referenced earlier, the IRA, by the way, has nothing to do with inflation reduction. That's the way Washington works, just put a different label on it. But the Inflation Reduction Act has made a significant amount of money. I mean, the total amount is more like $450 billion when you combine it with the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act passed about a year earlier. And this money is, a lot of it is targeted for standalone storage, which until the IRA did not qualify for the production tax credits and the investment tax credits the traditional solar and wind did. So it's been a real boost to the entire battery industry. Now, I do want to go back to hydrogen just to talk briefly about the ACES project. It's the Advanced Clean Energy Storage Project in Delta, Utah. What it does is create green hydrogen, put it in salt caverns. It will be withdrawn from that and burned in a combined cycle turbine that can burn gas and hydrogen, being developed by the Intermountain Power Authority, sold to California. So this is not dealing with the canyon. This is dealing with seasonal storage, seasonal usage in California. And we were asked to do we represented the U.S. Department of Energy on a $500 million loan guarantee to that project. And when we were asked to describe it in an elevator pitch, I said it's just a big battery. It is a significant storage vehicle. And if you have the capacity to make green hydrogen, which of course you do here, and you have storage, which is significant, it is a very powerful technology.
So, interesting. So, you know, Dr. Zidane, I want to come back to you and talk about what David just talked about in terms of, he mentioned hydrogen and storage in the same breath, so to speak. Can you talk about how do we design incentives that will allow us to accelerate both the production of green hydrogen, but also the use of long-duration storage that Dr. Mansour talked about? How can we design the right incentives in the Gulf region?
That's a nice question. And my answer to that, we cannot depend on the service provider. They are overloaded. We solve their problem by the government committed to cover the coverage of the incentive. Go ahead, if you're serious as a government, establish a fund. not directed by government official, fund with authority, well-equipped financially. They have the interest to increase efficiency, think out of the box, do research, to improve all of the services. At the end of the day, if we do that, we have healthy service provider that can do their job, and we have an organization or funding ability and capability to do all of these things that we wish to be implemented. Otherwise, we keep running around and nobody is in charge of what needs to be done. That's my answer.
So I think what you're advocating for is some sort of a public-private collaboration, right? Because you want other to come in, other investors, other actors, not just the utilities being the only ones who are being asked to make the investments, right?
The utilities cannot do it. We have an experience way back when investment came to Saudi Arabia to build power plants and what have you. Luckily, we did convince our sovereign that it's our responsibility as a guest of investment to look at the interest and the requirement of the investors. So there is a matrix built to say which partner, the investor and the host country, as partner, which partner can take and mitigate the risk at the lowest cost possible. And we were successful there. The fund, if it's given the authority to do all of these things, we go long ways toward harmonize energy and effort and thinking out of the box. It doesn't have to be private or a fund by the government, and the Gulf regions capable of doing that. The key is that the fund has the authority, full authority, to do all of the things needed to improve storage or otherwise time of the day use, power factor management, you name it.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're creating another extra job for Dr. Ibrahim, because now he should probably, under the GCCIA construct, run the fund, right? He should run the fund. But anyway, I just thought it was interesting, the idea of a fund to sort of be run by all the actors in the Gulf region. Mr. Let's come to you a little bit. Stay on that point about the fund or the investments. Dr. Mansour talked about, different projects being done by different states, right? What do you think about the idea of maybe greater collaboration on these projects and let the funding come through collaboration between different countries? Do you see that as one of the options there?
I think that we need to distinguish between the national policy and regulation versus the regional.
Okay.
And somehow I understand from Dr. Farid, he's more towards the national policy and mechanism to motivate. And I definitely support the idea. Only thing, if you want to talk about the regional aspect of it, it becomes more difficult because of the difference of interest and the benefits that the countries may get. So when you get a regional policy, it is more towards collaborative rather than dictative or unified policy. So there won't be easy to get a unified policy across 6 countries of the GCC or even more because of the different national policies and priorities. And this is why if it comes to funding, and this is a tangible benefit that the countries may get, you cannot talk about a central funding for this kind of motivation system. Funding at national level, it's always possible, but I think the issue is that sometimes the utilities who are supposed to be very efficient, they get to deliver policy objectives. And I think this is one of the issues which Dr. Farid, I hear in between lines, is referring to it. The utilities should be very efficient and effective. And the customer as well, it is important that he doesn't pay the price for the different policies which may change depending on the global directions. This is my view.
So let me just come back to what Dr. Mansour said when he put up the duck curve. And I think one of the questions from the audience was the idea of addressing the duck curve from a system perspective, right? So David, I want to come to you on this question because one of the things we need for addressing the duck curve is more interconnection, right? And that's something that GCCIA, you all are doing here very well. So David, talk about how do you reach consensus when it comes to cost-benefit allocation? If you're making an investment in a big energy storage project, for example, in the States, talk about the process of getting agreement for building that large energy storage that would benefit multiple states, so to speak.
So Lawrence, to be clear, large transmission lines.
It could be large transmission lines, or it could be a large battery storage that would benefit 2 states. Like in the Gulf region, you could have a big energy storage project that helps the GCC region generally.
So again, let's do a quick hydrogen. I apologize. I know there's a hydrogen panel later today, but just quickly, the Hydrogen ACES project is built in Utah because that's where you have the salt caverns which enable significant hydrogen storage. We worked on a project in California. Could you do this all within California? And the answer was no, because there wasn't adequate storage for the hydrogen. So this multi-state approach of storing it where you have salt caverns, bring it back by, in this case, by wire to California, although we looked at pipelines. There's different ways of doing that. The CapEx on that project was like $30 billion. So when you start talking about those kinds of multi-state big projects, you're going to run into some large numbers. We did, as I say, it eventually was served by wire because there's a 500 kV direct current line that runs to Los Angeles from Delta, Utah. What I think the big problem in the US, and Lawrence is familiar with this, and we were asked to talk a little bit about regulation, is our transmission system is quite broken. It's broken not only because it wasn't designed to do what it's being asked to do. It is not designed to move renewable power from deserts and mountaintops and offshore into load centers. Indeed, it was designed for something entirely different, designed to exchange economy energy, emergency energy at the touch points where it connected with another utility. And our ability to build the transmission system of the future is going to depend upon some significant regulatory reform. The White House now has finally gotten into that, and as you probably have read, it's proposed legislation that could actually hold up raising the national debt ceiling. That's how significant the issue has become. We need to solve the permitting process for large interstate transmission lines in the US. It now takes over 10 years to build a transmission line, if you can even get the permits. And the US, or the White House has said, we need to increase our transmission system by 60% in 7 years. So something doesn't work.
So we need more transmission to integrate renewables. GCCIA has the experience of having transmission lines that interconnect 6 states. So, Dr. Farid, what do you think about the idea, coming back to what Dr. Mansour said, when you start scaling up these projects, maybe one country is not enough. So you already have the experience in the region for having an interconnected transmission system. Why not think about harmonizing some of those ideas and doing the same thing for large-scale storage? Because if you're going to harness the renewable here for producing, say, green hydrogen, you're going to need a lot of storage, bigger storage than we've been thinking about. So what do you think about the idea of taking some of the lessons from how GCCIA is operating and apply the same thing around public policy for energy storage?
have no answer. To
You don't have an answer? No, that's surprising.
It's the point being, you need a driver.
Okay.
Okay. And the best driver is an entity that has the ability financially and mindset to do it. We're missing that. The last thing you want to do is wait for the Ministry of Finance to approve the budget, go here, go there. You need to be independent, and the driver is an entity, as I have said. Also, what we need to do is to empower major consumer of energy. They are capable, they have the ability, they need to be protected by the law, and they are the best. Control cost, by definition, is done by the consumer. The consumer who is able and capable, if you give him the right to control cost and demand certain elements to be implemented, among which storage and improvement of services. But the major consumer must have the right by law to demand. That's one element. The fund, that's independent, another major factor there. Did I answer your question?
You give an answer.
Thank you.
No, we have to wrap it up, but I think, let's see, any questions from the audience before we take the final question? Any questions from the audience? Yes, there's a question there. Wait for the microphone so we can, and if you can say your name and your affiliation, that would be great. There's a microphone over there.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the insightful discussion. My name is Abdullah Al-Abbasi, Director of Energy and Environmental Study at Bahrain Center for Strategic and International Energy Studies. I think the questions, I have just one comment and a question. The comment is, I think the answer of our challenge here in the region is we have to start to deregulate our markets. The single buyer model is not sustainable it's not a sustainable option. And Dr. Farid mentioned that we need to formulate drivers. I think the market and the engagement and the involvement of the private sector, it could be the right drivers to engage in energy storage. You will see during all the energy transition pathways, you will find different pathways. Each country or region would like to localize the technology to be matching their own challenges. At the moment, we don't have this ambitious target to deregulate the markets. And why is that? This is my question. And how we can achieve these targets in more sustainable, strategic approach. Thank you.
So you want to take it first, Mr. Jahini?
No problem. Yeah, I think the market mechanisms may work for sure to drive things which are economically efficient. Many of the technologies which are just starting, they cannot be economic, so therefore just the market alone will not push it to come in. So whatever markets can deliver as a motivating factor, there has to be a contribution from the government to give it a motivation to start, incentives, financial incentives. Simply deregulation and market liberalization will not definitely motivate new technologies to be accommodated in the power systems. That's where the government entities require to dedicate specific funds for these new technologies to achieve a more strategic objective. Markets is more towards commercial benefits, competition, reduce the product price, minimizing the risk on the customer is one of the functions of the government. needs to do, and that's where the regulators have a specific role to play and ensure that there is balanced risk allocation between the different players, policy makers, create a lot of risk towards the utility create risk towards the end user, customer. So the regulator's function, if it's an effective regulator and has sufficient power, would be the right entity to ensure market is competitive, prices are the best that can be achieved, and at the same time policies are also properly institutionalized through different mechanisms. And we only have 3 or 4 major players. The private sector participation is definitely a help in trying to do sustainable financial entities. So the partnership with the private sector is again, should be, it's a funding tool which tries to give you financial sustainability for the market. It's not sufficient that we have technical sustainability and reduce the impact on environment.
I think that's a very important point, and I know in the interest of time, I was just going to ask Ms. Dr. Mansour to respond to this, not a question, but I think to reduce the risk that he talked about, you do need the role of government to help reduce. Public policy has a role to play to mitigate the risk when you deploy in some of these new technologies. Wouldn't you agree, Dr. Mansour? 100%. He agreed. Okay. So the last question for these distinguished panelists here, we'll start from Dave and then we'll end with you there. So this is the year 2030. I'm trying to take you out into the future. Dr. Ibrahim said, Ahmed said we should think outside the box. So let's put ourselves in the year 2030. Where do you see us with regards to energy storage? How many more gigawatts of energy storage you think we'll have installed in the US, but also in the Gulf, if you can predict?
I'm a lawyer, I couldn't answer a question.
That's why I asked you that question.
So that's too complicated. So I think the policy that's coming out of Washington is all the above. Try anything. And it's not, if you compare it with like the EU approach to greening the EU, it's not a methodical, regulatory, sketched system. It's more, let's throw a lot of money at this with tax credits, which are very opaque, so it works politically. And let's see what happens. Let's let industry respond. So I think we're going to get a lot of different types of energy storage. I'm reminded of the way Elon Musk recruited the kids at Stanford who built the first batteries for the Teslas. They had nothing to do with electric vehicles. They were doing something for more power for laptops. And he called them in and said, I'm going to build an electric car. They all laughed at him. But it was that kind of sequential battery technology that's changed certainly the auto sector. So I think we're going to see a lot of innovation, and everyone forgets it. Besides all the tax incentives, the tax credits given by the U.S. government, and all the direct loans and the DOE loan guarantees, there's a huge amount of R&D in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act and the IRA. And DOE is often doing things like trying to reduce the price of produced hydrogen to $1.50 or lower, I forget their number. At $1.50, this is a very competitive fuel. So I don't know the number, but I do know it will be a rainbow of different types of energy storage. Mm-hmm. And I do agree that there needs to be adjustment to the way we charge for electricity and day usage rates and the like, because demand curves are the easiest way to deal with the peaks.
Okay, so that was the lawyer answer. He didn't give me a number, which is great. I wanted a number. So, Dr. Farid, a lot of momentum in the Gulf region, a lot of momentum, Saudi Arabia, Oman, I mean, all the countries doing a lot. Where do you see us when we come back to this Energy Forum conference in the year 2030? And I hope I will be awake by that time. I won't be jet lagged. Tell me, how many gigawatts of energy storage you see on the system, or what's your prediction about what's happening in this region in the year 2030?
Well, I'm hopeful. Recently, we see lots of changes. As a matter of fact, sometimes that too fast in number of countries in the GCC region, and therefore I'm hopeful. I'm looking forward. Let's hope for the best. But I cannot commit myself to any statement as how far we're going to go. The underline, again, I'm hopeful, seeing the social and the building defenses, or building defenses from a political point of view, Iran, Turkey, Qatar, things are looking right, and there will be good things, and therefore I'm hopeful.
So as an engineer, I'm struggling on this panel because I can't get a number from either of my panelists. So the lawyer wouldn't give me a number, the policymaker wouldn't give me a number. Okay, so I think you're the last hope for us. Any number, where do you see us in the year 2030 in terms of installed energy storage in the region? It could be long duration storage, it could be flow batteries. Where do you see us in the next 7 to 20 years?
Obviously, the numbers are not easy to come up with, but we could say that the trend where it's going to go, that we can comment on. So the numbers there is calculations. But I am with the idea that the GCC interconnection can help in alleviating a lot of intermittency problems related to the energies. And obviously, part of it is that energy storage is a solution to that problem. And obviously, the larger the system, the more capable to accommodate this technology of the storage. The other motivation is that there's public awareness quite huge around solar power, and there's a lot of motivation towards decentralized generation. So customers do prefer to have their own solar power, and they have freedom in deciding when to buy and how much to pay for it, obviously. When we have the storage, this incentive of the net billing would become less required, and that motivates the market. So I do see quite a bit of a future, or there's motive towards increasing the capacity in the storage, or managing the load. As Dr. Mansour mentioned, managing the load is definitely through the tariffication policy is another tool to improve and get us to the area where the decentralized power supply without noise, which is solar, is the one to be selected.
Okay, well, listen, we're going to end the panel here, but I'm going to make a prediction, since neither one of you did. Based on the work we see happening around the world, when I look at this region, I look at what's happening in Saudi Arabia, look what's happening in UAE and Jordan and just all the different countries, I would guess, and I would place a bet, 7 years from now, there will be about at least 5% of the installed capacity will be energy storage. So, and that will include both residential storage as well as large-scale storage. So, since neither of the panelists will give you a number, I give you a number. 7 years from now, there will be 5% energy storage in the system, and Ashad, you should be happy with that number. With that, please join me in thanking the panelists for an excellent conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jones, and our esteemed panelists for sharing your valuable insights on regulatory advancements supporting the energy transition. I kindly ask you to remain on stage while I invite His Excellency Engineer Yaqub Al-Kiyumi, Vice Chairman of GCCIA, to do the honoring. Let's take a group picture first, maybe. Yes, let's have a group picture and then we can start with the honoring, or we can start with Mr. Farid Zaidan, Mr. Yusuf Ahmed Janahi, Dr. Lawrence Jones, and Mr. David Evans. Thank you so much to our panelists. Let's have one more group picture. Thank you one more time, Dr. Jones and our esteemed panelists, for this exciting session. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next session, we will receive an update from the California Independent System Operator, ISO, on their progress and future plans for installing energy storage. We are honored to have Mr. Gabi Morta, representing the storage sector of California ISO, as our keynote speaker. The session will be moderated by Ms. Erin Miner, Program Manager of Energy Storage and Distributed Generation at EPRI.
Thank you. Before we get Gabe started, if everyone could take out your phone and scan this QR code right here, or you can go to pollev.com/storagedubai. That's pollev.com/storagedubai. We'll be doing Q&A through this. We want to hear, I have some questions, but we want to hear your questions as well. So we'll be using this app to submit your questions. If you like someone else's question, you can give it a thumbs up, and that'll move it up higher in priority. But before I hand it over to Gabe Murtaugh, I just wanted to say we're really grateful to have him here. Gabe was with us in the forum last year virtually as well, and he presented on his experience in developing modeling and tools to dispatch storage in California. And we saw from Arshad's presentation how the grid is evolving and the need for flexibility is evolving. And so we're really excited to have Gabe here today to talk about some recent experiences and how California has been operating the storage and the grid in general. So Gabe, I'll pass it to you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, and good morning. I certainly appreciate you inviting me here to speak on these matters. I am the storage sector manager at the California ISO, and on a day-to-day basis, I am thinking about storage resources, what they're doing, how they're performing on the grid, if there's any issues, and how we're evolving our models to incorporate storage resources. If we could bring up my slide deck, I'll get right into the material. And I think I have about 20 minutes worth of prepared material, and then I would love to get into the question Q&A from the audience as well. Do we have that slide deck? At any rate, I can get started. Oh, great. Yeah, go ahead to the next slide, please. Perfect. So storage is critical to evolving our grid here in California, and it's critical to evolving most grids around the world. And here in the state of California, we have a plan to be 100% greenhouse gas neutral in terms of our electricity generation by the year 2045. So those goals are extremely aggressive, and over the years, They've actually been made more aggressive by the state of California. And we do have a roadmap for how we're going to get from the resource mix that we have today to the resource mix that we want to have in 2045 when we do have that 100% greenhouse gas neutral mix. And essentially, what it means is retirement of most, probably not all, but most of our natural gas generating fleet, which is predominantly what produces energy in the state today, and a huge build out of new solar and wind resources, probably to the tune. So California has a grid that peaks at about 50,000 megawatts or about 50 gigawatts during the summer. And we're probably planning to build in excess of 150,000 megawatts of new solar resources. And we'll probably accompany that with about 50,000 megawatts of wind resources. Now, of course, if the predominant amount of energy that we're generating is coming from solar, solar doesn't, the sun doesn't shine 24 hours a day. So we need to accompany that build out of solar resources with storage assets. And storage is really what's going to move the energy from the times that it's generated to the times that it's actually being consumed in the state. And it's not, so just to give a little bit of a sneak peek into some of the numbers that I'm going to present, and this was already in the title of the presentation, but California already has 5 gigawatts of storage installed in the system. This year, by September 1st, we're anticipating having around 6,500 megawatts of storage installed. So these numbers are growing extremely rapidly, and they're going to be increasing just in the next few months as most of our planning targets do hinge around the September 1 date. However, I would caveat that nearly all of the technology that's been built over the last few years that make up this 5,000 megawatt number of storage is lithium ion chemistry for batteries. And it's nearly all 4-hour duration. And it's 4-hour duration because that is a counting rule that the state of California has set up for what can count for resource adequacy credit and what can't count. But if you're 4 hours, you can essentially count for full resource adequacy credit. What we're going to need, though, as we develop further is a transition or an inclusion of some long duration storage to accompany the short duration storage, which is going to make it possible to operate a grid on mostly solar and wind resources. So if we could go to the next slide, please. What are storage resources primarily doing on our grid today? Oh, could we advance to the next slide, please? Hopefully it's coming up. There we go. Oh, wrong way. Okay, there we go. Perfect. So what are storage resources doing on our grid today? And I think the easiest way to look at this chart is to start on the right-hand pane, which is June of 2022. And it's almost time for me to update this slide with information from 2023, which will be forthcoming here pretty soon. But essentially, what this is showing is aggregate state of charge across the entire fleet of batteries. And you can see that the graph goes from roughly 0 megawatt hours, because we're thinking about state of charge, up to 9,000 megawatt hours. So this was at a time when we probably had just a little bit more than 2,000 megawatts on the grid. Of course, that's much lower than what we have today. So these numbers are going to look much larger when we look at the 2023 data, which will come out in a month or so. But what we can see is that generally in the early morning hours, so hour 1, 2, 3, 4, we generally have pretty low state of charge across the entire battery fleet. Primarily, those resources are charging during the middle hours of the day, so 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 p.m. So those middle hours of the day are when we're seeing a big increase in how much state of charge those batteries are carrying. Of course, that matches nicely, and I know we've already talked a little bit about the duck curve, but that matches nicely with the lowest priced hours of the day, the lowest net loads of the day, and these are the hours when we have the most solar generation. So we're effectively taking times of the day when we have the lowest cost energy, and we're using that energy to charge our batteries. Those batteries stay charged for a few hours. So 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m., they're primarily holding that high level of state of charge. And then we see large amounts of discharge in hour ending 17, 18, 19, 20. So 8 p.m., 7 p.m., 6 p.m. People are coming home from work. They may be turning on air conditioning systems. They may be using in-home household appliances. And at the same time, we're seeing a big ramp off in solar generation on our system. So we have the batteries discharging during those hours. Of course, this lines up with the economics of the system as well. Prices are very high, or the highest part of the day during these hours. And this is financially when those resources want to be selling energy back to the grid. So they do have this arbitrage opportunity, and they're actually buying energy when prices are lowest, selling energy when prices are highest. So this is working out well for us, like the last conversation, combating that duck curve, and it's working out well for them because financially they're making money when they're buying energy and selling energy. And let me just say that this is primarily the function that storage resources are performing on the grid. It's energy shifting. It's moving energy from the time when it's abundant to times when it's needed. There are some resources that are providing ancillary services, and I think during any particular hour, there are probably more storage resources providing ancillary services than anything else. But those services may only be 1,000 megawatts in either direction, whereas several thousand megawatts might be providing energy services. Next slide, please. So we've already talked about a little bit about capacity, and the state of California does have some legacy resources on the system. So we have some older, pumped storage. So a system where we have a low reservoir and a high reservoir, and water can drain down the system, and we can produce energy from that, or we can pump water back up to the upper reservoir, which essentially consumes energy. But setting those projects, those older projects aside, if you go back just to 2018 or 2019, we really had almost no storage on the system. And again, like I said, today we're sitting right at about 5,000 megawatts. By September 1st, we're anticipating having about 6,700 megawatts of storage on the system, and that's represented by that red circle on the graph. So we're going to be a little bit lower than the dashed line, and the dashed line is representing, and I know you guys have already talked about this a little bit, but that integrated resource plan, or the IRP, those targets that the state has set out in between now and 2045 are showing that we should actually have a little bit more than 7,000 megawatts on the system by 2023. And then as you get up to 2024, 2025, you very rapidly go from where we're at today, 8,000 megawatts, up to 15,000 megawatts. So there's really going to be a lot of rapid growth in the next few years. And frankly, we've already seen really rapid growth in the last 2 or 3 years. So this has been a time of tremendous change. And I think last year when I presented, we talked a lot about kind of the infrastructure that we had worked on putting in over the last few years, and how that infrastructure was working to accommodate these new storage resources that were coming online into our system. During the last panel, they were also talking about forecasting how much storage capacity is actually going to be on the grid. And what this graph shows is the state's plan on getting to 100% greenhouse gas neutral for electricity generation. And what that calls for is by 2045, you need to have about 50,000 megawatts of storage. And frankly, I think that's probably a little bit on the low side. So you might need 50,000 or more for a system, and our system is about 50,000 megawatts. So about the size of your system is about how much storage you need. And like I indicated on that first slide, you're also going to need long duration storage to be able to do that. Okay, next slide, please. This year I was asked to speak a little bit about some of the challenges that we're finding with integrating some of these new resources onto the grid. It certainly hasn't been a process without challenges. I would say, though, that for the most part, this has gone fairly smoothly. 2 or 3 years ago when we were talking about storage resources, we were anticipating them primarily doing that function that they're doing today. Buying energy when prices are low, selling energy when prices are high, providing that energy shift service, and effectively flattening out the duck curve. So I think things overall are going very well. One of the challenges that we have had with our storage fleet is that sometimes storage resources will be required and scheduled to provide ancillary services, and sometimes they're not able to provide those services. But the other thing that we've also found is challenging, that on really peak critical days when we know we need storage resources to be discharging, sometimes, and particularly this is true if there's high prices on the grid, those resources might not have the state of charge necessary to be able to provide the energy to the grid. So if we go to the next slide, please. What I want to show you is some actual operating data for the fleet on a few select days on September 2022. And this is a range from September 5th through September 8th. And we had our absolute highest peak load ever on September 6th. And it was an incredibly challenging day to operate the grid and maintain grid reliability. But what I'm showing here on this graph, again, it's state of charge. So it's how much energy is in that battery fleet that we're talking about. And this is back in September. And I'm comparing our day-ahead process, which in this graph is labeled as RUC, compared to our real-time process, which is what's actually happening and materializing on the grid in real time. And you can see most of the time that blue line, that real-time line, is above and pretty significantly above what we're planning in the day-ahead market. And that's a good sign. What that means is if we're scheduling a lot of resources to discharge in the evening in our day-ahead market process, that energy is there and it's ready to be discharged. What's concerning is on September 6th, and we've got a giant red arrow there, is that that blue line is starting to dip below our expectations in the day-ahead market, which could mean that we could potentially be in jeopardy of not being able to serve load later in the day when we're anticipating some pretty big discharges from storage resources. If we go to the next slide, please. What this shows is actual market outcomes during that same 4-day window in September 2022. And the blue lines represent real-time prices, and there's prices on the right-hand side of the graph, and those prices range from negative $2,000 a megawatt hour up to positive $2,000 a megawatt hour. In our markets, prices typically average between $30 and $40, maybe $50 per megawatt hour during normal system conditions. Sometimes they're a little bit less than that. On these particular days, we saw some incredibly high prices. So you can see that the real-time prices on September 5th for several hours were above $1,000 a megawatt hour. And then on September 6th, things were almost worse than that. So beginning at about hour ending 13 or hour ending 14, we had prices in excess of $1,000. Those high prices persisted for maybe 5, 6, or 7 hours. And what you can see by the gray lines behind the blue lines are actual intervals when our storage resources, so above the zero axis there, are discharge schedules for the storage resources. So you see that at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, our storage fleet starts to discharge, and they're responding to those really high prices across the system. This happens during hour ending 13, hour ending 14, hour ending 15, and by hour ending 15, that's when on the previous graph, we were actually noticing the storage resources are more depleted than we anticipated in the day-ahead market and effectively wouldn't be able to meet those day-ahead schedules. So what we developed about 2 years ago, and this was something critical that my team had been working on for quite a while, were actual market mechanisms that would kick in and override typical economic signals to these resources and send out signals to hold these resources back to make sure that that stated charge was available to meet those day-ahead schedules. And you can see that this actually kicked in that area where you don't see gray lines in the positive direction. That's our market telling the storage fleet not to discharge anymore, even though there's very high prices in the system, because we understand and we know we might need that energy for use later in the day to meet those peak loads. So if we could go to the next slide, please. This is great. Thank you very much. So this is that other issue that I was talking about. So occasionally, and in the California markets, what we do is we set up our resources to provide ancillary services in the day-ahead time frame, and that's done on an hourly basis. And if you're awarded ancillary services, that capacity is earmarked in the real-time market, and you can't get dispatched for energy for that capacity. You also can't get dispatched for energy for that capacity in the day-ahead markets. So we're making these procurement decisions in the day-ahead market. And then in the real-time market, you know you have to be available to deliver that that ancillary service. And if you're providing regulation, and our regulation comes in terms of regulation up and regulation down, you have to be able to respond to 4-second deviations from our system. So there's impulses on the system and sophisticated monitoring software that's actually attached to the resource saying, oh, things are a little bit high right now, we need you to back down a little bit. Things are a little low right now, we need you to increase a little bit. And those are changing on a 4-second basis. So storage resources, particularly lithium-ion storage resources, are really good at providing those services. And as long as they have state of charge, they can do this, and they can do it for multiple hours. But what happens is sometimes those storage resources become fully depleted. Once they're fully depleted, they can't provide the service anymore. So you can really get into situations where you're relying on a lot of your storage resources to provide ancillary services, but they can't because they're depleted, and they might have provided 10 hours of ancillary services already for the day, and they've been successful all 10 hours, and then in the 11th hour, suddenly they're not there because they're fully depleted. So what we've done over the last year is work on a series of rules to not only monitor storage resources and what their state of charge is if they're providing the service, but to also include bidding requirements so that those resources can't actually get charged up by the market in the event that this, this series of issues has happened. So we've had a lot of calls and frankly some difficult conversations with our storage resources today, because there really isn't a way to monitor this and to actually effectuate this in our market. But we are making these changes, and this is something that will be going in the next few months. Just the one other item on that previous slide is just that storage resources are capable of ramping very quickly, and they can, you could have a resource that's a plus or minus 200 megawatt resource, so they can charge from all the way up to 200 megawatts, and then they can discharge up to 200 megawatts on the grid. So and they're incredibly fast ramping. So in a matter of seconds, these resources really could cause a 400 megawatt deviation. This large storage resource could cause a 400 megawatt deviation on your grid or our grid. And if that happens, it can be frustrating, and it can actually cause problems in the control room. So we found that that has also been an issue with our storage resources. And we've been doing a lot of outreach and education on just the need for linear, smooth ramping in the real-time markets. So it's actually a requirement for operating resources in our grid that they move from one 5-minute interval to the next 5-minute interval in a linear way, so that they're not just dumping 400 megawatts on the system in like a 10-second or 20-second interval. which is just overwhelming and can cause problems. So final slide here, and then I will pause for questions. I don't see any in the chat yet, but hopefully if you have any, I think now is a good time to put them in, and I think we could probably get microphones in the room as well. But this is kind of the question that I asked at the beginning, or a statement that I made in the beginning. You know, is there a need for long duration storage, or maybe even something longer than 4 hours? I think the answer that almost all research shows is that unequivocally, yes, we do need long duration storage. Storage resources can help, lower the evening net load peak. But if you have predominantly 4 hour duration storage, or in some grids, they actually have shorter or anticipating shorter durations than 4 hours. Here in the state of California, once we get to penetrations of around 7,500 to 10,000 megawatts, we're going to be in a situation where storage resources are no longer on the margin effective at providing energy, because we're going to have needs that are greater than 4 hours. So essentially, if you built a 6 hour duration battery or an 8 hour duration battery, that would fill your need, but that duration gets bigger with deeper penetrations of storage resources. So it's really crucial to build out, I think, frankly, a variety of different technologies of storage resources and a variety of different durations of storage resources, and particularly focusing on long duration storage. I think long duration storage, and now I'm thinking more about maybe what might be referred to as very long duration storage, but you might think about something like 20 hours of duration, or 50 hours of duration, or potentially 100 hours of duration. And you start to shift from a paradigm where you're doing this daily energy shifting, which the 4 hour batteries are very good at, to maybe doing something more like seasonal energy shifting. So you're charging these potentially very large resources during the spring and the fall, when you've got slack seasons, you've got additional capacity and generation on the system. You're absorbing that capacity, and then you're discharging during your most stressed times, during your summers, during your winters, when you have high heating loads and high cooling loads, and you need basically as much generation as you possibly can get. Wildfires here in the state of California are a real issue. They can cause issues on the grid for multiple days. The other interesting thing about wildfires are, obviously, they release smoke into the air, and with smoke, you can actually prevent full usage of solar assets. So if you're relying on solar generation, like the state of California is planning to do to generate most of the electricity, a wildfire could significantly impact your ability to generate electricity. And you might want something like a long duration storage resource to get you through a 5-day fire period, or a 10-day fire period, or something like that. And that's really not something you could get from a 4 hour duration battery. And then I think you've got the classic problem of the prolonged doldrums. You're just not getting, maybe there's cloud cover, maybe there's slack wind, and you're just not getting very much generation from your renewable resources. We're seeing, in the state of California, we're seeing this as predominantly being a problem in the winter. So what's actually going to be interesting is somewhere in between now and 2045, the most challenging times to operate the grid are going to shift from the summer to the winter. And that's going to be a major paradigm, like an operational paradigm shift for the employees at the independent system operator. And I think that's going to be something we're going to have to work through, and it might be a real challenge. But that is coming up in the future. And again, that is also something that obviously long duration storage could help to address if there are challenges in operating the grid that way. So with that, I will pause for questions. That's all the prepared material I have. And again, thank you very much for inviting me to speak. It's been a real pleasure.
Thanks a lot, Gabe. We've got quite a few questions, so if you refresh the thing, I'll start off reading a few of them, and we can take some from the audience as well, but I'm going to combine some of the top two. How big is a concern is system inertia in California as more thermal-based rotating assets are replaced by solar and wind? And I think kind of combining that, how do you look at advanced applications and think about how you create markets around those?
Yeah, I think this is a really good question. I think there is some concern about it, but I wouldn't say it is a huge concern. So it's a moderate concern. There are a lot of people who are smarter than me and think a lot more like engineers who are thinking about synthetic inertia and how inverter-based resources, so you're including certainly your batteries, but you might also be including solar resources in creating a similar product to inertia, which has been traditionally, something that's actually moving or rotating mass, something like that. But definitely a problem and something we're considering here in California.
Great. Let's see. I think maybe some background. Can you elaborate on energy prices in California? Are they regulated? If yes, how are they structured to incentivize the market by sending the right economic signals?
Yeah, so really good question, and it's not necessarily a straightforward answer. So basically, in our real-time market, we have a supply stack. So we're stacking, and all of the prices that we're stacking in that supply stack are coming from bids from the actual resources themselves. So we have a fleet of resources. All of the resources are submitting bids to our market application, and our market application is providing a stack saying, okay, these are the least cost resources, these are the most expensive resources, and as you're operating on a real-time basis, obviously if it takes hours and hours to start a resource, you're not going to include those if those resources aren't started already. And we do have other processes to start those midday if we needed to, and we certainly have processes to start them in the day ahead. So essentially on a 5-minute by 5-minute basis, what we're doing is we're saying, okay, how much demand do we have on the system? And we're lining up that demand with the supply stack, and we're saying at that given demand, what are prices? And that's how we determine prices for all resources that are participating on the grid. So I might have bid in at $10 a megawatt hour. Prices might actually clear at $30 a megawatt hour. We believe through our market framework that all the resources are more or less incentivized to bid their true marginal costs, and there's been a lot of studies that show that that's indeed what is actually happening. So if that's the case, prices are actually materializing at $30 a megawatt hour. I'm basically profiting $20 a megawatt hour because my actual costs are 10, I'm getting paid 30 for the energy that I'm providing during that at one interval. Then the next interval, we go through and do the same thing. Our day-ahead market is a little bit more complicated because what you're doing in the day-ahead time frame is instead of solving 5-minute basis, you're solving hour-long chunks of prices. The day-ahead market is also co-optimized, so you're setting prices not just for energy but for ancillary services at the exact same time. And the problem that the market is trying to solve is a giant co-optimized cost minimization. So you're saying if I want to serve load during all 24 hours, how do I do that in the least cost way? Again, you've got the bids for the energy prices, you've got the bids for ancillary services, and you've got the bids for, how much does it cost this particular resource to start? How much does it cost if it's just sitting at its minimum? Those kinds of things. You plug all that information in, you calculate it all out, and you get your answer for what that minimum cost is. And then at that point, each hour you've got a marginal resource. That marginal resource sets price. Obviously, you can have congestion. If there's a transmission line from point A to point B, and that transmission line is fully loaded, then you can have prices that are different at one end of the transmission line compared to the other end of the transmission line. But typically what happens is the marginal resource on both sides is setting the price. We do have tools called market power mitigation. Those tools effectively, they're trying to prevent market power. So if one resource was located in a local area and that resource knew that they would be a pivotal resource in that local area, they could potentially charge whatever they wanted for the energy because the market knows that that resource needs to be there to clear. We have market software that goes through and tests whether or not a particular resource or actually an owner of a portfolio of resources would potentially be pivotal. If it is pivotal or could be pivotal, then we apply what we call market power mitigation. Market power mitigation is basically a set of in-house calculations that we do to come up with our estimate for what marginal costs should be for those resources. So for gas resources, we'll use gas prices, we'll use heat rates, we use operation and maintenance costs. We'll put all that together, and then we've got a good guess at what the marginal cost of those resources actually are to operate. And if they're bidding above that, we can actually reduce their bid and substitute our guess for their marginal cost for their actual bid. Now they do have an opportunity to review those in advance of the market running, but that's basically how prices work, which are not regulated, and how resources actually get paid for energy that they're providing. Good question.
Yeah, thanks so much. We've got so many good questions, but unfortunately we're out of time. So we'll continue to take Q&A in the app throughout the conference. But Gabe, thanks so much for joining us. I know it's late in California. Really appreciate you sharing your extensive experience in developing the tools, the models, the dispatching. Again, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thanks to Mr. Morta for sharing California ISO's remarkable achievements and insights into energy storage. I would like to also thank Ms. Meener for moderating this session, and I would like to ask you to come on stage for the honoring, which I would like to ask His Excellency Dr. Ershad Mansour, President of CEO of EPRI, to do the honoring. Once again for Ms. Meener for moderating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're all ready to take a brief break to recharge ourselves before we dive into the next session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to join us back in the conference room as we will be starting with our next sessions shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to join us back in the conference room as we will be starting our next session shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us back in the conference room as we will be starting the next session shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting our next session shortly, so make sure to be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation is titled Smart Technologies Require Smart Risk and Insurance Solutions. This session will explore the impact of risk and insurance on the resilience, bankability, and cost of battery energy storage systems, BESS. Our moderator for this session is Mr. Gibbs Johnson, consultant at Clifford Chance, and our keynote speaker is Mr. Stephen Monday, Global Renewable Energy Leader at WTW. Please help me welcome them on stage.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you're all feeling now personally recharged, thanks to the refreshments. I have just a few words to say before we turn the time over to Steve, because he's got a very interesting presentation, and I want to make sure we leave enough time as well for Q&A at the end. But I just want to set the stage a little bit about the thinking that we had in terms of deciding to create a standalone session to deal with insurance-related issues. In my role now as one of the more senior people at the firm, one of the jobs that has fallen to me, I hate to use the word job because it's actually something I enjoy doing, is to work on training for the younger associates to sort of pass on to them the knowledge and experience that comes from having worked in these industries for many years. And when the issue of risk allocation comes up, what I always tell them is the first rule of risk allocation is anything that you can buy insurance for, you buy insurance for. And the hard discussions and hard negotiations about risk allocation then become the question of how do you allocate all the rest of the risks that are left over that you were not able to insure as a starting point. And a lot of what we do then as lawyers and developers and financiers of projects is argue about that risk allocation for everything else. And the favorite word you hear when you're having those discussions is whether or not something is bankable. Everybody talks about bankability, you know, this is bankable, that's bankable, this is not bankable. And there are, you know, fairly well established international standards, or at least regional standards in some cases, as to what makes for a bankable project. What is much less discussed, and perhaps it's because people really don't understand it as well if they're not in the sector, is that first section of all the risks that we said we're going to buy insurance and leave them to the insurance market, and the question of insurability. Because without insurability to go along with bankability, you won't have the projects financed and developed that we've seen and have made possible the development and the expansion of, in particular, the energy sectors for the last 10, 20, 30 years. So We're very fortunate to have Steve here today to talk a little bit about that question of insurability, and in particular in the context of working with what are now new technologies arising in relation to storage, and what that means. Because insurance is built on knowledge and experience and data and understanding of risk and pricing of risk. And as we now move into different technologies and different ways in which we have to try and build the electricity grids and the energy sectors, what does that mean in terms of that first part of the risk allocation upon which everything else is built when you're thinking about risk allocation, and what's insurable and how do you determine insurability? So with that introduction, I'll turn the microphone over to Steve, and he can tell us all about it.
Thanks, Gibbs. Thank you, Excellencies, and also to the ladies and gentlemen, and also EPRI and GCCIA for inviting me to the event to talk about the relationship between risk insurance, finance, bankability, and particularly focus on energy storage around lithium-ion batteries. So, as Gibbs has indicated, I'm hoping this is going to catch up for the next slide. Right, note to self, must press harder. So I'm Steve Munday, Global Head of Renewable Energy at WTW. I've been involved with insurance, construction, project finance, and power generation industry for over 30 years. I moved to specialise in the renewable energy and low carbon sectors about 15 years ago. I've personally been involved with over 100 gigawatts of renewable energy projects around the world. I've been very fortunate to see tremendous growth in the industry as it moves ever closer to net zero targets in 2050. I'm going to break today's presentations into 7 segments. A little look at natural resources, what the global changes are on the stats. What is the premium modelling? What's the cost implication to doing battery energy storage? A discussion around finance parties, what the financiers and lenders require, and what are they actually getting from the insurance market. A little bit around the insurance market appetite and how that challenges bankability. And early design and procurement, what can be done at the early stages to help facilitate insurability, bankability, and cost, and manage risk in battery energy storage. And also a quick look in terms of innovative products and solutions. Followed by, without, must be included, post-pandemic supply chain interruption issues. So, I'm not going to go into a lot of corporate detail in terms of who are WTW, but we are WTW, Willis Towers Watson, or otherwise known as Willis. We've got a great website if anyone's interested. However, in summary, we feel we're qualified to speak as global insurance advisory, risk capital, and advisors advising on risk transfer service to the oil and gas, global power, and utility companies on their energy transition aspirations. We're working closely with independent power producers and green utilities to achieve value for money and bankable asset transactions. We now have over 40,000 employees working globally. Through London, we place in excess of $1 billion of insurance premium relating to the energy transition sector annually. Within our global natural resources division, we're seeing an industry undergoing a seismic change. The level of investment is staggering, with 110 trillion cumulative investment required to put the world on track with the objectives of the Paris Agreement. All this requires a significant behavioural shift and substantial capital investment. And obviously, it would be amiss to me to put up, without putting up some stats on the slides in terms of the amount of investment that's going into renewable energy globally to meet the Paris climate objectives. So, solar and wind drive the growth in the renewable energy sector. We heard that from the other speeches today. As the world continues to electrify, we know the growth in power generation is led by the wind and solar. World electricity demand is estimated to double from 25 petawatt hours per year in 2018 to 56 petawatt hours in 2050, with buildings and manufacturing continuing to consume the maximum share, and demand for mobility is growing the quickest. The electrification of end users will drive the increased power demand to be met by renewables. We're seeing that solar PV and wind energy will lead the way in the energy transformation of the global electricity setting. Fossil fuels will be reduced to providing flexibility and backup power systems when renewable energy technologies are unavailable, especially through low-carbon CapEx gas-fired power stations. Demand for renewable energy, wind, solar, biomass and geothermal, added falling costs and production of policies encouraging a shift to the low-carbon energy sources. We're anticipating over 1,407 gigawatts of solar to be deployed globally by 2029, a doubling of the growth of the output of onshore, offshore wind energy by 2029. Substantial growth in both biomass and geothermal technologies, and that's before even considering what will happen in the future with hydrogen. So we understand that global transformation to meet global electrification needs a net zero obligation is definitely underway. We also know that renewable technologies will be a large part of the new investment going forward. We can also see that from this slide that companies investing in renewable energy is no longer limited to the clean, green, independent power producer model. Substantial investments are being made by more traditional oil and gas, mining, power utility companies. The Middle East is currently considering its future. The world is already changing and looking at COP28 in Dubai this year to act as a catalyst for fundamental change. So as we see from these slides, all these changes will take hold in the Middle East with the demand and supply challenges of upscaled renewable power generation, increased electrification and the advent of smart grids. Grid balancing will become a key focus, as we've heard today. The greatest challenge is that once electricity is produced and injected into the system, it's ready to be used. As we look to replace historical baseload power generation, the cyclic nature of renewable power requires an exponential growth in energy storage systems. This growth will be supported by equity, financiers through non-recourse debt finance. However, it's possible only if a robust risk transfer program is in place to facilitate the investment of finance at commercially reasonable costs. So I might just take a quick poll check in terms of, in the audience, maybe you can just raise a hand if your company that you represent today has assets in renewable power generation or any energy storage. If your company you represent has got assets, can you put your hand up, please? Okay. And who has a company that has assets in power generation or energy storage that doesn't have insurance? Okay, no hands up. So I think there we just proved very quickly the relevance of insurance relative to the energy transition and industry going forward. One of the challenges that we have is that lithium-ion technology has not had the best experience historically over the last 10 years, and it is particularly expensive trading that risk on the open insurance markets. So I just want to put in context the cost of buying an insurance product in the global marketplace, which will be sufficiently robust, broad coverage to satisfy lenders and debt financiers. When we consider a fairly benign 50 megawatt battery energy storage project in the UK, a tier 1 manufacturer, no nat cat exposure, full and satisfactory UL 9540 test results, at least 5 to 8 meters separation between the export equipment and the nearest battery energy storage container, effective fire response planning with local fire services consulted, and OEM warranties in place with an experienced battery energy storage contractor, we're still probably looking at close to $400,000 in total for the transportation, the construction, and the first year's operation on a life cycle solution to achieve initial bankability. That equates to about $8,000 per megawatt. For batteries that have poor spacing And without non-tier 1 manufacturers and NMC, NCA chemistry, we could see the insurance rates rising by 50% up to $12,000 per megawatt for deployed energy storage. Whilst $4,000 increase may not sound like a lot, on a standard 50 megawatt battery over 20-year operational design life, this is impacting the financial modelling of additional $4 million worth of insurance premium, almost the equivalent to a year's projected gross revenue on a UK battery energy storage project. We talked earlier about the potential deployment in North America being 20 gigawatts of battery energy storage by 2030. The equivalent of wasted or misused premium, inefficient premium, on a 20 gigawatts would be between $100 and $150 million of premium that could have been saved if the projects were designed better, considered better, and presented the insurance markets better on an annualized basis. So if the regulators in the room are thinking about subsidy mechanisms to accelerate and be a catalyst for battery energy storage, which is required at short term as we develop other storage mechanisms and technologies, potentially a 20 gigawatt investment could be an inefficient delivery of $150 million worth of subsidy to an insurance market that doesn't have to be there if it's intelligent and smart solutions put in place. So now looking a little bit at the insurance market, the appetite and the bankability, we first look in terms of commercial banks, DFIs, ECAs, what do they want? Before we look at the insurance market challenges, what do the banks need to provide comfort to facilitate debt financing? Well, lenders are generally risk averse. They're more risk averse than the insurance markets. Their objective is to ensure the financial assets are reinstated for the borrower and to support the service of debt and fixed cost obligations if the revenue stream is interrupted. From a retention perspective, for the SPV, for the project co, the power utility, lenders generally require a full risk transfer with the limited retentions on the self-insurance vehicle. Security. Lenders who are providing debt will take the insurance indemnity as the promise to pay. The insurance policy is frequently assigned to the debt provider as security over the borrower's debt obligations. Lenders, financiers require the insurance policy to be primary, instructs the borrower to effect the insurance cover, which is primary response in the first instance to reinstate damaged property and or service debt, not looking for contribution from any other source or duplication from maybe contractors or joint venture partners. The loss payee. Lenders will seek the direct payee of the claims funds to be paid into a nominated insurance proceeds fund that is directly to the financiers, not going through to the contractor parties that are, frequently have risk of loss and responsibility for reinstating the energy system or the asset should it become damaged, and certainly not to the power utility or to the borrower. So on the last slide, we've seen what finance parties want, but what do they actually get? From a retention perspective, full risk transfer generally is not available to the insurance markets. Insurance markets are seeking deductible levels, which at the moment for battery energy storage systems on lithium-ion are between $50,000 and $100,000 as standard, increasing maybe to $200,000 or $500,000 if they find there's a project or a risk or a technology that they're not comfortable with. And that's on an any-one occurrence basis. When looking at the interruption and the loss of revenue, they may be looking between 30, 45, or 60 days waiting period before the insurance policy responds to make good any loss in revenue. On 30 days, on a $4 million annual revenue stream, that can equate to about $600,000 for a small project. We're looking at scaling these projects up very rapidly. 50 megawatt is a very standard project these days. So the lenders like and look for primary insurance. They like to have one single policy, insurance policy, that is assigned to them that they can take a calling upon is a securitization over the asset which they've debt financed. However, during the construction program, we quite often cede the responsibility for insurance procurement to the contractor parties. Quite often that contracting is done on a multi-contracting basis for the supply of the equipment, maybe the balance of plant, and with some responsibilities left with the owner developer. That can frequently create multiple insurance policies that don't naturally assign to the financiers to give them satisfaction that they've got a robust single insurance policy that is the protection around the debt financing they're providing on that particular asset. So sublimits, the market are often limiting, particularly for thermal runaway, to consequential damage to one surrounding unit, not the whole of the battery energy storage facility. We've been working on battery storage facilities which have been up to 10 gigawatts, particularly in Sun Cable in Australia and X-Links, but the size of the facilities now is tremendous. The market also will often limit its cover for insurance defects and design exclusions, and we'll talk about that slightly later. But either to leg 1 or leg 2 defects design exclusions, insurers and financiers will generally not be able to successfully provide leg 3 cover, which is responding to all physical damage arising from a defect in the equipment. So in terms of full revenue cover, business interruption as a consequence to physical damage only resulting from the defective part, not the ensuing loss of revenue, is excluded. So this is a challenge relative to the original equipment manufacturer warranty, which we will frequently provide to physically reinstate the damaged defective component part, but it won't respond to cover the loss of revenue ensuing or consequent upon that physical damage to that defective part. So there is a loss of revenue exposure that is potentially not insured, which is contrary to what financiers require on a risk-adverse basis. And as I mentioned, the loss payee, when the insurance policy is not affected by the borrower or the owner or the project company, they're less likely to achieve direct payment to lenders. Other stakeholders seeking direct access to funds to expedite reinstatement of damage and also avoid delays through the quick flow of insurance premiums. So we've looked a little bit about what finances require, the relationship with the insurance market, how there's not a natural transfer of all risks to the insurance market. The insurance market have a position which has created some challenges over the last 10 years relative to some of the manufacturers around battery energy storage. I mean, lithium-ion has become the dominant battery chemistry. With the lithium-ion, you have 3 different types of chemistry: nickel-manganese, cobalt oxide, NMC, nickel-cobalt aluminium oxide, NCA, and lithium-ion, LFP, being the most common. From a risk perspective, LFP is viewed more favorably by insurers, as it's seen as safer chemistry due to its higher temperature threshold for thermal event runaway. The sourcing of cobalt also has some ESG concerns. So when we look at the manufacturers, insurers have a number of preferred manufacturers. This is frequently based on their own assessments, their own experience, and it is dynamic and changing. However, there is a preference to provide better terms and conditions in the global insurance markets for Tesla, Cattle, BYD, Powen, Envision, Fluence, and Wartzilla currently. There are also less preferred or favorable battery energy storage system manufacturers. That doesn't mean that insurers won't consider them. However, they're more likely to be more restrictive, and premium rates are likely to be higher until they can achieve a greater level of comfort. Lithium-ion batteries are seen to be combustible and hazardous. They have a number of high-profile battery energy storage insurance claims in recent years. Insurers require projects to demonstrate first-class risk mitigation and planning. Thermal runaway. When insurers are reviewing battery energy storage projects, their primary concern is thermal runaway. Thermal runaway is the uncontrolled exothermic reaction that raises the cell temperature that can propagate between cells. Occurring when a cell achieves elevated temperatures, thermal runaway can occur due to mechanical or electrical breakdown, thermal failure, and internal, external short-circuiting or electrochemical abuse leading to fire. During the design and the planning process, the project's layout of the battery containers is of crucial importance. Insurers would like to see as much space as possible between battery containers, with a minimum of 3 meters spacing and 5 meters preferred. If, however, a project site constrains the available space for the containers, suitable firewalls between them can help prevent propagation and reduce the cost and increase bankability. We've seen a number of projects where thermal runaway exposure has not been effectively managed, and insurers have imposed thermal runaway or fire sublimits to the value of 1 container. So thermal runaway, contributing factors and consequences: overcharging and over-discharging of the battery, physical damage to the battery, exposure to high temperatures, manufacturing defects. I would have liked to put some additional photos up there, but the insurance market's attitude and appetite to battery energy storage has been influenced over the last 10 years. In the marketplace, there was a large battery fire in Hawaii about 10 years ago. Insurers generally consider insuring assets on a probable, foreseeable maximum loss basis. If they're insuring a $100 million project, they don't expect, if there's a loss, to pay $100 million. They generally expect it would be a partial loss. The probable maximum loss is far lower than the total sum insured. Following the battery storage fires in Hawaii, where they found that on the island they didn't have the fire prevention measures, the fire brigade attended and suggested actually there was nothing they could do with the lithium-ion battery that had hit thermal runaway. It was left to burn. It was a $20–30 million loss to the insurance market. The market had considered that the maximum was going to be a $2 or $3 million loss and had rated accordingly. That flavoured the market's appetite about a decade ago into lithium-ion batteries. We've recently seen a $100 million loss in the States for Moss Landing, where a number of batteries were damaged by sprinkler and also thermal runaway within a warehouse in North America. And we quite frequently see lots of statistics in the press about electric vehicles batteries catching fire. And it's not uncommon to see in Europe in underground car parks signs limiting the parking for Tesla vehicles to not have access to the underground car park as a risk mitigation measure. But we still drive our Tesla vehicles, we still drive electric vehicles. There's a lot of miscommunication, misunderstanding in terms of the statistics of the batteries catching fire and the potential causation of damage. So what can be done? Probable maximum loss. Probable maximum loss, PML, is an insurer's risk analysis of a project's worst-case loss scenario. For battery storage projects, the PML is likely to be the thermal runaway event that causes a total loss of 1 or more battery containers. The PML is calculated as follows. Loss 1 scenario. A project has 4 containers with a value of $1 million each. There is less than 1.5 meters spacing between the containers, no firewalls installed. Insurers could foresee that their risk analysis with inadequate spacing, fire would spread to all 4 containers and would result in a total loss of the 4 containers with a value of $4 million. Loss scenario 2. A project has 4 containers, valued at $1 million each, now spaced 3 meters apart. Insurance underwriters could take the view that only 1 container will be lost if there's a thermal runaway event, as the spacing adequately addresses the chance of fire propagation between the containers. The PML, potential or probable maximum loss, is therefore limited to 1 container, and the risk premium is aligned to 1 million, not 4 million. The lower the PML that insurers think your project is, the more favourable of the terms and coverage applicable. We'd highly recommend early engagement of the project layout so that developers can be advised and the best separation measures for the site design are deployed. We quite frequently see great photos and advertising like the one up there, with a huge footprint, lots of space, incorrectly utilized. A level of physical separation would lower the insurance premiums and impact resilience, property resilience, over the time of the battery life. So fire separation. Insurers frequently see the design consideration of developers who are looking to exit the asset shortly after the commercial operations has been very different to the build, own, operate power generation market. Here we see the export transformer, which is situated at least 8 meters away from the battery energy storage containers. We've seen some designs where the export transformer was actually located in the center of the battery storage system. It's very simple to do during the early design phase, and it can save a lot of money and create insurability and bankability over the life cycle of the project. Again, very simple solutions. You can see here how fast separation is achieved with concrete blast walls, traditionally seen separating export transformers. The type of fast separation implemented during the construction phase helps improve the long-term property, insurability, and the reliance. There are challenges with new, novel, prototypical technology. WW were the construction brokers for the Victorian Big Battery, the VBB, Phase 1, near Geelong in Australia, when it suffered a fire on the 30th of July 2021. WW worked with the developers, worked with Tesla, the commercial legal teams in San Francisco and Europe, and the insurance markets to educate them on what had happened so that other projects which were utilizing the Tesla XL and Megapack design could be insured and achieve financial close at that time before the root cause analysis was being produced. Whilst the RCA was commercially sensitive, Tesla's statement was that an external fire protection were not required on their batteries, as spread of fire was not possible. Whilst the RCA was being determined, the regulator delayed permitting grid connection, causing a potential massive business disruption from a small property damage loss, which sent shockwaves around the industry. This was again an unexpected turn for the insurance market, where a relatively small single battery had caught fire. Tesla, in terms of their manufacturer's warranty, purport that they don't need any external fire protection on the battery storage design because fire will not spread. And that's the essence of the warranty and why it was a concern for the insurance market. If it could it spread to the balance of the facility, and would that impact their probable maximum loss modeling and the associated premium that they'd taken for transferring that risk to the insurance market to make that project bankable. But they hadn't anticipated that the loss of revenue for one project, one whole project, being several hundred million, could potentially be exposed as it was a consequence to insured physical damage arising just to a small part of the facility because the regulator wouldn't permit the connecting to the grid. We also see, in terms of new technology, a lot of discussion around double stacking containers on top of each other, which is seen as a potential solution for project sites which are constrained and have a limited available space. However, finding insurance for these projects for double stacking can be very challenging. There are no manufacturers produce battery energy storage systems which are designed to incorporate double stacking. Double stacking will be performed by third-party engineers. There's a very high element of unknown risk which will influence the pricing and insurance availability. A majority of modular systems that we see have venting deflagration panels on top of the systems. In the event of flammable gases build up in any of the upper units, they would simply be stuck in the hot exhaust air from the lower level HVAC system. So again, it's a design growth that we're starting to see, not a necessarily design improvement, but to generate more storage in a constrained space that is giving insurers substantial headaches around the risk transfer they're permitted to accept. So we would not encourage that. Sorry. So early design and procurement considerations. So we can see how battery energy storage systems vary in their quality design and specification. Several negative factors can be managed by early consideration of the following: contracting strategy, EPC turnkey or multi-contracting, contractor experience, is this part of the bid evaluation, acceptable OEMs and battery chemistry if prepared when curating the preferred suppliers list, influence the contractor design, site layout, and the physical separation, compliance with which design codes, UL, NFPA. There's a lot of codes that are being designed at the moment and developed that are not consistent with global standards. Lender engagement, will the insurance comply with their minimum insurance obligations? Who is going to procure the insurance? Is it the contractor, the owner, the transportation company? Is that going to be aligned to finance parties' requirements? And location requirements. Does the battery energy storage system need additional cooling system or shade covers? Apologies. So what we can see here is the design considerations that are required for battery energy storage to achieve an appropriate risk transfer to the insurance market and ensure bankability. If I start at the bottom, in terms of the insurance market's defects and design exclusion clauses, we've got leg 1, 2, and 3. Leg 1 is out for outright defects exclusion. The insurance market will be not responsible for accepting any physical damage or consequence arising from defects in design by the manufacturers or the installation contractors. Leg 2, which is commonly referred to as a consequences exclusion, will provide physical damage cover and insurance cover to the surrounding property of the defective part. And then leg 3, which is an all-encompassing cover which finance parties normally require for full protection on assets, is not generally available in the insurance market at this stage. And that's associated with and connected with what are the design standards. I haven't put NFPA 850 up, but it is a consideration around the projects. And UL 9540A at the moment is the current specification for electrical testing on battery systems. If the equipment doesn't have that, that testing specification, it's unlikely to be insurable. And again, the larger the physical separation on the units, the greater the insurability and the cost will reduce. So we are starting to see some innovative insurance solutions to facilitate risk transfer and bankability around the physical damage, the loss of revenue, and the third-party liability. But we're also starting to see some additional transfer packages coming out from Munich Re, from Ariel, from Swiss Re, which is performance guarantee standards. So the insurance market is now feeling sufficiently comfortable, despite everything I've said, on some technologies to provide a revenue guarantee around the battery energy storage projects. And this will be to protect revenue either resulting from manufacturer's defects, from defective workmanship during the installation, or because the equipment is defective from the manufacturers and degradation is much faster than anticipated and it degrades out of specification. But there are now products available that will provide a level of performance guarantee, which again is very much sought after by finance parties because it's guaranteeing the revenue stream, and it's also first-party recovery should the revenue stream, as anticipated, drop down below what was required to service the debt. And we are actually seeing insurance markets coming in now to provide insurance-backed guarantees to the OEM warranties, which there are, as I've mentioned, many manufacturers out there at the moment. Whether they will all be available in 5 or 10 years' time, they are providing 20-25-year warranties of their equipment. Should they not be available, and the end users of the battery energy storage systems need to make a recovery against that warranty, having an insurance backing and as a stand-in over a long period of time, again, can provide a substantial level of comfort to the financiers. My final slide before we go on to Gibbs and maybe questions is around the supply chain and life cycle exposures. The increasingly rapid investment in renewables, combined with the remaining impact of COVID-19, has seen significant disruption with the supply chain for critical replacement parts. Critical part delivery times, which would have taken 12 months pre-pandemic, are now taken between 18 and 24 months, depending on the OEM selected. With increased lead times, it's not perhaps surprising that insurers are looking to increase the business interruption deductibles and the waiting periods, which is increasing cost. And there's a very large discussion underway with global financiers and lenders at the moment in terms of what is an appropriate lead time, what is appropriate supply time for technical critical parts of the battery energy storage. As you can see in the slide, lithium-ion is a very complex life cycle, and there's many areas within that chain that could impact interruption. So, thank you very much, and
thank you, Steve.
Gibbs.
For that very comprehensive and informative discussion about the insurance issues. In the interest of time, I think we'll move straight into the second part of financing with the green financing panel, and then perhaps if there's time after that, we can have a collective Q&A on both the insurability and the bankability. As well, any questions, if you want to type them into the app, we'll try and respond to them later.
Brilliant, thanks. Thank you very much. Say? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Monday, for enlightening us on the importance of risk and insurance in deploying energy storage solutions. And I would like now to invite His Excellency, Engineer Kamil bin Ahmed, board member of GCCIA, to do the honoring. Yes, the trophy. We just need the trophy. For your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to session number 5, which focuses on financing the energy transition. This session will delve into the exponential growth of green financing in the Middle East and how it considers environmental, social, and governance ESG metrics for investment. Our moderator for this session is again Mr. Jeeves Johnson, a consultant from Clifford Chance. So let us all welcome the distinguished panelists, Mr. Pierre Abadi, Group Climate Managing Director at Eco Capital, Ms. Layali Abdeen, Senior Underwriter at MENA at Mega World Bank, Mr. Kenny Kitamoro, Chief Representative for the Middle East at GABIC, and lastly, Mr. Muhammad Al-Siddiqui, Director at the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development. Please, let's all welcome them on stage.
Go ahead and sit down. Do we have the handheld mics for? Thank you. Welcome everybody. We'll carry on now on the more traditional financing side of the panel. Again, a few words of introduction to myself, and then I'll turn it over to each of the panelists for them to give a bit of introduction about themselves, their organizations, and then also start to respond to some of the questions that I'm going to pose. I suppose the first question that may be on people's mind is just what is green financing, or alternatively referred to as sustainable financing. If you imagined an end state world whenever we get there, whether it's 2050 or before then or after, where we have moved our economies to a more sustainable structure, at that point, presumably all financing is going to be sustainable financing, because that's the nature of the economies that we'll be financing. But obviously we're not there yet, and so the question that we have to think about in terms of, well, what is green financing or sustainable financing is how do the incentives, if you will, that we use through the financing system, and I think we should be honest, financing has been used with various incentive mechanisms built in, I guess, since the beginning of financing itself. You know, debates about this going back to Adam Smith and the Wealth of Nations and everything since then. If we then look at the financing system and green financing and think about it from the context of the carrots and sticks that the financing system can, I hesitate to use the word impose because I don't think that is the right word, but the incentives that result from financing and the way financing is done, how can that then move economic development into a more sustainable direction, if we think about it that way? I think historically the sticks in recent years have probably gotten a lot of the press coverage. Prohibitions on financing initially coal, now movements into whether or not financing should be done for upstream oil and gas, and there's a debate ongoing there. What does that mean in terms of other types of sectors? There's been a lot of press about what shouldn't get financed and ways in which financiers should prevent things from happening through using sticks. But there are also carrots, I think, that are built into the systems now, and I think it would be useful to kind of speak a little bit about what financing institutions are doing, what financiers are doing to encourage and promote incentives in a positive direction. We have on our panel a diversity of financiers, if you will. They will introduce themselves, but we've got kind of a private equity focus, insurance risk focus from a financial risk insurance focus, a government to government focus, and then a sort of government to private sector development focus on the panel. Each of them will talk a little bit in the first instance about their organizations, about what they're doing, what their current goals and objectives are in terms of how to promote sustainable development of projects. And then once we've done that, we'll spend a bit of time discussing where we think the financing process may go in the years to come. So I guess we can just go down the panel this way. I know that both Mohammed and Kenny at the end have 1 or 2 slides that they're going to use, so when we get there we can work with that. But Pierre, we'll start with you.
Thank you very much. So I'm Pierre Abadi, so I'm an engineer as a background. I used to work for Total Energy in my past life. So I spent like nearly 20 years in the energy sector, starting to be involved in the transitioning of the energy in the year 2008, investing in renewables. And since 2018, I joined a company called TKO, which is an asset manager. So basically our job is mostly to collect the global savings and to invest into the real economy. So what we have is funds that are directly investing into mid-cap companies. And what I run within TKO is our climate platform. And inside our climate platform, we've got a very strong focus on decarbonization. So to date, this platform is roughly 2 billion euro of capital that we have. So it's equity capital, it's not debt. And we invest into companies that are providing either energy efficiency services, electrification of end use, of course, and renewables. And I will come back a bit how works, I would say, the financial system today on this topic.
And hello everyone, my name is Layali Abdin and I am the MENA representative for MIGA. For those who are not familiar with MIGA, we are the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency and we are part of the World Bank Group. We are that part of the World Bank Group or that institution that is mandated with encouraging the flow of foreign direct investments into emerging economies. And we do that primarily by offering political risk insurance and credit enhancement products. And maybe I'll just spend a few minutes explaining, you know, the type of products that MIGA covers or offer. From a political risk insurance perspective, what does that mean? It primarily means covering 4 types of risks for private sector investors. The first one pertains to currency inconvertibility and transfer restrictions. So this means the inability of the investor to convert the local currency into foreign currency and transfer this currency outside the country. So this is very important for equity investors if they are unable to repatriate their dividends. And this is quite very also important for commercial lenders if they are unable to receive their principal and interest payments because of such a risk. The second risk that we cover is expropriation. It could mean nationalization, confiscation of assets and funds, but it could also take a broader definition, such as revoking a license that has been granted to the investor to operate, such as passing discriminatory laws and regulations against the investor that would affect the financial viability of his or her project. The third risk that we cover is war and civil disturbance. So this is really irregular political violence covered. So if there is a political event happening in the country, the project assets were destroyed, you would compensate the investors. And the fourth cover that we offer, which is quite the most wanted cover for PPP type of projects, especially for energy sector, is what is known as the breach of contract. So this is primarily when we are having a private investor entering into a commercial agreement with the government. So you can think of a power purchase agreement. If the government breaches that contract, there needs to be a dispute resolution mechanism. So we can think of an arbitration. And if there is an arbitral award in favor of the investor and the government did not pay, MIGA would compensate. So we would usually compensate the termination payments for the investors. So this is in the realm of political risk insurance products, and these products are typically used in project finance type of transactions or where there are non-recourse type of financing happening. And we have deployed, I mean, if you just want to talk about the MENA region, we have deployed these types of products in supporting renewable energy projects in Jordan under round 1. We've supported also a gas-powered project for Aqua Power in Jordan. We have deployed that also supporting 15 projects in Egypt under the Binban Solar Park. We've supported also Lakela wind farm as an example. So these are type of examples of renewable energy that we have supported in the region. The other type of products that we offer is known as non-honoring of sovereign financial obligations. So this is really, you can think of it as a credit wrap, usually geared towards supporting public projects, and it covers against the default of either a sovereign entity or sub-sovereign or a state-owned enterprise. So this is primarily to help these government entities raise financing and develop the projects that they are looking for. So I'll stop here. This is just to give an overview about the products and what MIGA usually does in the region. Thank you.
My name is Muhammad Sadiqi, and I'm a senior engineering advisor for Kuwait Fund. I do manage projects that is financed by Kuwait Fund, and Kuwait Fund is a developmental institution. It's a national developmental institution that gives sovereign loans to developing countries toward implementing infrastructure projects. So Kuwait Fund is specialized in physical infrastructure projects that are needed in developing countries to develop their economy and also social being. So Kuwait Fund has been established about 60 years ago, and it's been providing the services to developing countries since then without interruption. And it looks like it is going to continue because the challenges facing developing countries in order to meet their obligation needs institutions like Kuwait Fund and sister organization to make sure that development does not stop. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. This is Kenny Kitamura from Japan Bank for International Cooperation. Can we have a slide on the screen? While we are waiting for the screen, let me talk a little bit about myself. I worked for Japan Bank for International Cooperation for more than 20 years. So I've been working for IWPs and IWPPs in this region. So I'm quite honored to be one of the panelists today. So starting from Al Gubra IWP in Oman, and also Facility D IWPP in Qatar, and Azure North 1 IWPP in Kuwait. And there are some other potential projects we are working on with our key counterparts here. So I'm pretty happy to be here. And if the screen is not ready, let me go through the quick introduction of Japan Bank for International Cooperation. We are wholly owned by Japanese government to support Japanese businesses overseas. However, we do have a mission to preserve global environment. Under this mission, we have a green untied facility. Typically, we require Japanese angle, such as export from Japan or the investment from Japanese companies. However, under this green untied facility, we can be a little bit more flexible about our Japanese angle requirement. Let me give you some examples. In UAE, we have Warsan Waste to Energy project that is financed under the project finance basis. And in Abu Dhabi, we have subsea electricity transmission cable that connects offshore energy facility with the onshore grid. That would contribute significantly decarbonizing the operation of ADNOC. And moving on to Saudi Arabia, we provided financing to SEC to connect electricity transmission line with Egypt, utilizing HVDC, high voltage direct current transmission line technology provided by Hitachi Energy. Those are the examples of our loans. However, we do have a function of equity investment. So could you a little bit move ahead of the move a little bit? I think it's page 4 of 6. We do have an equity investment function, and through that, we made an equity investment to Japanese startup company, which is specialized in battery energy storage. And this company is already operating in UK. And also there is another example of SMR, small modular reactor. We co-invested with Japanese companies, JGC and IHI, into one of the SMR producer. The name of the company is NewScale. Some of you might have heard of it, but we are one of the investors for that company. And we do also make a fund investment. We do have a fund vehicle fund called Nordic Ninja. Ninja, you may be familiar with the Ninja, but Ninja is quite active and agile. So we'd like to be agile as Ninja, so we named fund as Nordic Ninja. And also, we made an equity investment to Global Hydrogen Infrastructure Fund organized by HY24. So we are committed to be a financing provider to traditional energy generation, but also we are willing to be a driver to implement the new technology to make sure that energy transformation is reasonable, achievable, and affordable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenny. So with that introduction of the roles of the different players here, I would like to spend just a bit of time exploring how your institutions can intervene in promotion of the sort of decarbonization objectives. If I could start with you, Mohammed, I know that one of the things that you had indicated to me that the Kuwait Fund does is actually provide early support at the stage of really conceptualizing a project and on a direct government basis. So if you could explain for us a little bit about how you go about that process and the way in which it can then help to shape the original design upon which the entire project may then get developed.
Yes. You know, developing countries, they need support, technical support, in order to develop their own project. We have seen many projects that it is not very well prepared. So it is the responsibility of Kuwait Fund is to provide them with the support that they need in order to develop a project in such a way that success is ensured. So we provide the developing countries with technical assistance in the form of grant, untied grants, to conduct feasibility study, full-fledged feasibility study that includes the terms for to ensure that the project is feasible, but at the same time they requested to provide with preliminary design and preliminary environmental impact assessment all through these studies, so that when it is completed and submitted to any financier will be received positively. Sometimes we are introduced to a concept note for a big project that requires many partners, many coordinated groups similar to Kuwait Fund projects. We have regional and international groups that we work with in order to finance bigger projects. In this case, only one of us, one of these financiers will finance the study. And during the implementation of the study, all the financiers will be informed about step by step the preparation of these studies, so they are on board immediately. So when the studies are prepared, they can make a decision. So we think that technical assistance, it is really an instrument to make sure that these projects are designed well and up to date, so that it will find its way towards successful financing.
Thanks. That's a very interesting way to sort of set the stage. I now want to turn to you, Pierre. So if a government gets some assistance from the Kuwait Fund, they design a project, and in the process of designing that, try and ensure that it's got an appropriate sustainability objective and sustainability structure. And say they then decide to go out on a PPP basis or something, and they come to an institution like TKO. What's the evaluation process then for your determination or evaluation in terms of the sustainability objectives of a project that is presented to you?
Okay, so if we want to have an effective, action right now, and you've mentioned, like green finance, you've mentioned sustainable finance. The reality is that green is a color and sustainability is a concept. So that do not mean that much. Now we've got quite a lot of data points. In fact, science have done their job. You've got engineers from the International Energy Agency that have defined what is supposed to be done. I would say that if you want to be serious about decarbonizing the system, you must set targets that are like in 2025 or 2030. And those targets must be aligned with what is supposed to be done globally, which is ultimately a program. So there is no ideology behind what is supposed to be done. Those things are fairly well defined. And the reality is that the cornerstone of what needs to be done right now is to electrify most of the end use. Today, we need to remind everyone the world is still running with 80 to 90% of fossil fuel. And even if we've got today a magic wand to just put plenty of renewable on the system, first of all, none of the end users are using electricity, and then the electricity grid cannot sustain it. So when it comes to the sustainability of a project, this must be, in this frame of, okay, what we want to do over the next, at the end of the day, 2000 days. This is what we are speaking about. And the target is fairly, challenging, because what we need to do the next 2000 days is globally to halve the CO2 emission. So coming back to the level of emission of the 70s, when we've got like 2 or 3 billion more people on Earth. This is totally feasible, but this requires quite a lot of investment. In fact, today, when we look at the clean energy value chain, and this came from, the end user, so electrifying the end use, which is mostly heat pumps, which is mostly electric engine for replace, the cars, if you want. If you invest into the grid, and then if you fulfill this new electricity demand with renewable sources, if we want to be aligned with our target, we need to invest globally between 4 to 6 trillion per year. This is the number quoted by the International Energy Agency or the IPCC. Today, we are at a pace of 1.2 trillion. So you were mentioning, a carrot and a stick. In fact, there is no carrot or there is no stick. There is a carrot of sticks for irrelevant purpose. But the reality is that we are currently speaking about certainly the biggest investment opportunity ever. Ultimately, we are speaking about something that is as big as the Industrial Revolution. This is what we are talking about. In a time frame of the digital revolution, we are speaking just on a standalone basis for the decarbonization of the economy of something that is roughly, 5 to 10% of the global GDP, coming from something that is just 1%. So, and this needs to be fulfilled by private sector. When you look at growth number, and we are speaking here with developing agency, etc. So here we are mostly speaking about a new asset coming into a new world. But most of the game of decarbonizing the system is retrofitting the existing. What is emitting CO2 today is not the asset that will be there in 10 years. It's all the assets and all the stock of assets that we have been building the last 150 years. So most of the investment, if you want to be serious about decarbonizing our economy and reducing the CO2 emission, is not building something new, is retrofitting the existing. And finding the way to penetrate this and retrofitting the existing is mostly doing a lot of electrification of the end use, which then will require, in fact, upgrading the grid and then fulfilling this electricity demand with renewable. So in fact, of course, we are always looking at the sustainability of each project. In fact, on our side, we are more investing into companies than projects. In fact, we are capitalizing companies that will bring the equity that then will allow project to exist. But the main frame or filter that we have is this company is fitting with what is supposed to be done in the next 2,000 days.
On a holistic basis.
On a holistic basis. And basically what needs to be done, we have been investing into a company that is providing, a company from the 60s and providing electric engine, for example. So everything that has got a plug, this company now is providing 1 out of 2 electric engine for electric car worldwide. And it was not the case in 2018 because there was no battery EV car market at the time. So in fact, we are currently having like a very big shift of businesses And we need to bring fresh equity to support, in fact, those companies to capture this growth if you want to do it at scale. In fact, if you've got no equity, there will be just no project at the end of the day.
Yes, so that was a very interesting explanation of the view of the equity provider. It's interesting because your stakeholders are your investors in your vehicle, and different vehicles are set up in different ways, and they've given you an investment mandate, and that's the mandate that then you're trying to fulfill based on that. The equity, of course, is only part of the picture, as we've discussed, and you will then go to somebody like JBIC with your project or your company or and then approach them with your investment opportunity. And so then, Kenny, I'm curious to know, as part of your then evaluation project in a sort of sustainability mindset, you know, from the equity side, they described a holistic picture about, and this is my words, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but how do we advance move the ball along the line, down the field, whatever metaphor you want. I'm an American, so I think that way. To make incremental progress from where we are to where we want to be, and does this project take us in that direction? Is that consistent with what you see in the debt financing side in terms of that holistic process of advancing?
Gibbs. Thank you, Gibbs. As Gibbs initially mentioned, JBIC is a kind of bridge between the public sector and financing sector. So for me, the sustainability is a part of bankability. How do I do it? Well, if the project is presented to me, I check whether the project is in line with the national commitment of that country. Let's say there is a gas-fired power plant to be tendered in one country, and some financial institutions are reluctant to give financing to those gas-fired power plants. However, we evaluate the plant against the national commitment. If it is in line with the national commitment, then okay. The next step would be evaluate the project against the commitment by the company itself or the sponsor. If the project is in line with the commitment by the company itself, yes, step 2 cleared. So why do I do this? The sustainability is all about making business sustainable in coming years. And every company, every country has made a commitment. And if the project is in line with the commitment, the basic foundation is there. And as a Japanese government financial institution, we would like to be a facilitator to realize those projects with our financing, together with potentially Japanese investment or Japanese equipment services. So the key here is whether the project is in line with the national commitment or the commitment by the company. I hope this answers your questions.
No, it does. That's very helpful in terms of giving that perspective of how you then do that sustainability. It was interesting, a comment that you made that made me think, and I'm going to come to Leali, that sustainable finance itself needs to be sustainable. I think there's a perspective sometimes in terms of that somehow green financing or sustainable financing should be cheap and easy because we all agree that the goal of sustainability and decarbonization is a great idea, so the normal rules of finance, if you will, shouldn't apply in the same way. And it's an interesting question then in terms of how do we, or what are we actually trying to achieve with the sustainable finance? Are we trying to expand the pools of capital? You touched on this, on the amounts of money that we're going to need. Are we trying to make capital cheaper and easier to obtain, which I think would be a laudable goal, but it still has to be sustainable. So if we then come to you, Leali, with our project and say, oh, we're really worried about these particular risks, in particular political risks associated with this, the capital is too expensive, the banks are charging too much money, can you, help us out by taking on some of this risk into MEGA to bring down the overall costs of capital? And you described already the tools that you have available. Are there ways in which those tools can be supplemented, I suppose, or to either expand the pool of capital or try and reduce the cost of capital through a sustainability lens?
Okay, so I think there are two things that we need to maybe discuss. I'll first maybe follow the flow of Ken. I mean, for MEGA, as we are also looking at projects to support in political risk insurance or guarantees as such, we do also apply our lenses. So we need also to make sure that the project is sustainable, that it is meeting indeed the NDCs that Kenny has mentioned. I wanted to add that for MDBs, that is the multilateral development institutions, whether we are talking about the IFC, the World Bank, and MEGA and others like the EBRD, EIB, you name them. For us, the screening is becoming, involves many angles. So for example, for us by next year, we cannot take any project to our board if it was not Paris aligned. So this means that I need to make sure that the project that I am supporting is actually delivering on mitigation, is delivering on adaptation, that is, this project is resilient and is able to actually stand against climate changes, and that it is also conforming with the NDCs. And I also want to make sure that this technology that I am supporting, or this asset I am supporting, will not be a stranded asset in the coming 10 years or so. So I'm taking all this view in terms of the Paris alignment, and I'm making an evaluation on that before being able to support a project. Adding to that, we do also have targets on climate finance. So as I said, by next year, our projects needs to be 100% Paris aligned. And within the 4 years to come, I need to have 35% of my portfolio climate finance type of transactions, that is supporting, climate projects. So the pressure is real actually in us, being able to identify these projects. In relation to also just to state on the policy side and how these institutions are pushing the agenda of the decarbonization and trying to help the countries, where the World Bank, for example, is developing the country climate diagnostic reports. So these are the CCDRs, and these are quite very powerful tools, because for each of the countries, the World Bank with IFC and with MEGA are sitting with the government, going sector by sector, understanding what can be done with these sectors to decarbonize them or to make them more resilient to climate changes. And we are also putting a dollar amount of the financing needs for these governments, to push these agendas forward. So these tools are becoming actually very powerful tools, and they are guiding governments as well as the MDBs on what are the projects that needs to be financing within the coming years. So I just wanted to tackle this issue on relation to what the MDBs are doing. I would add on the sustainability as well. We need to ensure that projects are following the environmental and social standards, and that there are also gender aspects and gender lens that are being also applied. And all these types are all these measures that I'm talking about, we need to quantify them and we need to monitor them actually on an annual basis. So this is just to answer the question on how different institutions are looking at sustainable projects. Now, on the sustainability of financing, this is a totally different type of topic, and to be honest, what comes to my mind is in relation to the financing tools that are available. I mean, when we started supporting renewable energy projects, the notion of blended finance or concessional financing, you know, came into the forefront and center. We were saying that, okay, it's very expensive actually to push renewable energy projects, so we need concessional financing, we need blended financing, we need public money to be blended with private sector money to unlock and create the market for renewable energy projects. And it was successful. I mean, there are so many now projects that are, you know, have been developed, and countries are now being able to meet the renewable energy targets. But the issue is, how sustainable is this? You know, do we have the pockets, you know, to continue this concessional financing and concessional lending? And there needs to be serious discussions. So for me, having tariffs of 1 cent or 2 cents per kilowatt hour, I find this to be quite very difficult to sustain, because this means that we would still need development financial institutions and DFIs to be part of the lenders pool or of the financing, where we need actually not to think of how we can recycle the money, how we can refinance projects, and how we can actually attract commercial lenders now into the picture, rather than keep relying on concessional financing and concessional fundings. So then becomes a question, maybe I should price maybe the energy at 4 cents per kilowatt hour and allow as such commercial lenders and institutional investors to come and invest and free up the DFI monies, you know, to unlock or create new markets for other new technologies. Maybe we can think of the green hydrogen, for example. Transmission is quite also very, very important in this story. So I think this is a way that we can think of. And I talked about the blended finance, and this is primarily used by our sister institution like the IFC. But again, there is the notion also of blended guarantees. So for MEGA, for example, what we are trying to do to be able to encourage private investors actually to come and invest in climate-related projects or adaptation projects is actually we blend our guarantees. This means essentially that we do get donors or public money to provide the first loss layer, and as such we do subsidize our premiums that we charge for those investors, you know, to make the projects more bankable to them. But again, as I said, there needs to be thinking of the long term, that this needs to be used only when we are trying to create markets, only when we are trying to unlock the markets. But once the technology is established, I think that these donors' money or public money needs to be recycled and allowing the private sector actually to come and participate. So this is my perspective on that.
Thank you. Pierre, I saw you nodding your head. From the equity investment side, how do you see that element of, I don't know whether it's what was the term they used to, whether it's a function or a bug from the sort of computer days or software days, of the concessional element of what's happening on the debt financing side in terms of, as an equity investor, do you look at that and think, well, it's great, but I don't know long term how that's going to work in terms of my business model as an equity investor?
As an equity investor, in fact, you are the one that are unlocking the debt ultimately. If I would just give you some rough numbers so you can see the effect of the leverage at each parties, and this is very important then to understand, you know, what are the role of each different public sectors, I would say, that are pushing for the decarbonization of the system. When we capitalize a company, so it's commercial activity, let's say I've got like, to make it simple, a solar developer. I will capitalize this company with 100 million euros. Usually, when I do this company is able, on its balance sheet, to borrow 100 million euros as well. So suddenly they've got like 200 million euros of equity. Then with this equity, usually you can drop that into a special purpose vehicle that then will be backed up by long-term contract. And usually you expect to have like 20% of equity, and then you can go to see a conventional bank that will lend for the extra 80. So from 1 you get 2, from those 2 you get 10. So ultimately, you know, you put 1 of equity, you get 10 of asset, and then you can see at each level, you know, the partnership public-private could work. As stated earlier, 80% of the finance should come from private. And I disagree with the fact that climate investing should be cheaper than another one, because otherwise we are not going to attract any people from private, because they will just tell you, well, I'm not fulfilling my fiduciary duty. So what you want to adapt is the risk-reward adjusted ratio. And this is where, in fact, we need to partner, because the insurance, typically, if you've got a government that is taking a long-term contract, suddenly, the creditworthiness of the project is the one of the government. Okay, so then sometimes the government is not very strong. So then that will increase the price of financing. You can have, entities that are coming here saying, I'm going to guarantee the government if it goes wrong. So then, suddenly the lending is dropping. But then they can be at another layer. They can be on the first loss, typically, which is another layer, which will attract other people. But then you can go up the ladder. You can have people that are co-investing directly at the equity, at the SPV level, and this could happen. You can have like a sovereign fund that decide to invest at this level. And then you can be at another level, which is our level ourselves. I've got sovereign fund inside my fund. So typically when I launch a fund, the first vintage, it's a 1.4 billion fund. We've got sovereign fund that did put roughly 100 million inside this fund. We put 100 million of our money. So on our own, we put 100 million, sovereign put 100 million. We attract then from conventional finance industrials more than 1 billion. This billion goes into companies, then it can be leveraged. This billion becomes 2 billion, and those 2 billions become 20 billion. Okay? So here you can see, in fact, at each level, which is playing its role. Sometimes it's paid-in capital. If you are investing directly into my fund, you are going to have paid-in capital. Sometimes it's just, let's say, creditworthiness and balance sheet commitment of a country through a guarantee that they are going to charge for it, and they will attract, conventional finance people, because suddenly the risk-reward adjusted ratio become very favorable for them to do that. At the end of the day, everyone, even a lender, will allocate its money on the balance sheet constraint that he has itself. So its aim is to reduce, the amount of equity for, the money that he lends to a project. And this is, where the tricks are with the different parties to try to maximize the amount of money at work for the same amount of equity, bearing in mind that today we are living in a world that have stopped its monetary expansion and that have increased its interest rate. So in fact, equity is becoming more and more expensive and more precious.
Sorry, go ahead. And then I want to come back to Mohammed to get his perspective.
Yeah, I mean, also on this idea and on also recycling the DFI's money, I mean, I just want to mention a project actually where we have done in Egypt. So we actually helped refinance 6 operating solar assets in Egypt. And we have done that through a project bond. There were 2 tranches of that project bond. So one of the tranches was covered by a political risk insurance by MIGA, and it was supported by a liquidity facility as well by EBRD. And that type of coverage actually allowed the bond to be rated 6 notches above the sovereign rating. Okay? So what this allowed, actually, it allowed to attract institutional investors to come and subscribe into those bonds. And these institutional investors would have never thought to think of investing in Egypt. But because of such also structuring, we were able to mobilize private sector to come and invest in Egypt and also displace the DFIs, with commercial investors as such. So this is also a type of structuring and ideas that we can think of.
If I could go back down to Mohammed first, then Kenny, to get your perspectives. I mean, Mohammed, you have an express development objective in what you do. And as you said, part of what you do is actually giving grants. It's not loans, it's not debts, it's money that you're making available that never needs to be paid back to try and structure projects. And the importance of that role, as we started this discussion, in shaping the projects. Obviously that is possible through a policy decision on the part of the government to say this is what we're going to do, and JBIC also does that in a different way, but moving into the private sector. Do you see, obviously money is not unlimited. I shouldn't ask if you see constraints because of of course, constraints are there in terms of the scope and extent of that type of funding that will be made available as a policy decision. And your perspective then on the importance of this discussion that we were just having in terms of creating structures that don't rely on the Kuwaiti government, or in JBIC's case, the Japanese government, to continue to decide, well, we're going to make this money available. Because if you look at the amounts that need to be invested, it's beyond what any government's going to be able to just provide. And how you then try and see your role where you can maximize the benefit to get the private sector and both equity and debt to jump into these objectives.
Well, Kuwait Fund realizes that there are emerging models of financing, and the private sector is part of this model. But because the structure of Kuwait Fund, funding governments, government to government, Kuwait Fund to government, and the security for our contribution, the loans that we give, it's a sovereign type loans. So the guarantee is the government side. So that's why Kuwait Fund is directly associated with government. But there are many projects that it is modeled, that portion of the financing is coming from the private sector. In this case, Kuwait Fund will finance the government side of that project. There are many projects in PPP type of projects that requires government public financing. In this case, Kuwait Fund will finance the government portion of that requirement. I also wanted to comment that Kuwait Fund does not solicit projects. Kuwait Fund receives projects from borrowers, and the main principle of approving a project is that this project is top priority within the top priority projects in the developmental strategy of the country, which aligns with the national importance of the project. So this is one issue that we request from the government when they send the request to Kuwait Fund. Of course, studies, the feasibility studies, and other things. Kuwait Fund, once we receive it, we do the evaluation and then approval. After approval, we administer the implementation of the project until it is finished with the tools of monitoring. But even after the project is finished, Kuwait Fund will also continue monitor the performance of that project until the life cycle, the end of life cycle, and the loan is completely repaid. So Kuwait Fund has this complete cycle of controlling and monitoring the project. The reason we do that, because first thing, it is concessional loans, it is a sovereign loan, and we work in developing country, and we want to make sure that the project is successful and the project achieves its objectives.
As part of your development mandate?
Yes.
Yeah. Just quickly, Kenny, your thoughts on that subject, and I'd be also interested to know your perspective from where you sit in terms of your, or JBIC's engagement with, on the one hand, government objectives, but also the private sector objectives. And I guess it's maybe the closing question we'll have, and then we'll see if you have a few minutes for questions. When you hear, all of these overlaying issues that we've got on the financing side, are we expecting too much? And I'll be curious to get the others' views as well. From the financing sector to sort of be trying to, and it seems at times, spearheading, transition through the financing structures we're putting in place. Are we using the wrong vehicle to achieve some of these objectives?
Thank you, Gibbs. So for me, I think that the key thing is identify the bottlenecks and try to think how to address these bottlenecks with key partners, including government parties, private companies, and JBIC itself. So let me use an example of hydrogen. Hydrogen is a big thing in this region. And one of the key bottlenecks is who would be the off-taker, at what price and what quantity. Then Japanese government is now working on the big subsidy to fill the gap between the hydrogen price and the traditional energy such as gas and coal. So this would be a big incentive for the investors or the Japanese company to fully committed to the hydrogen at the early stage. On top of that, we JBIC provide a financing to those projects, not only project-specific basis, but also for the associated infrastructure and the whole value chain, because we need some shipment from the Middle East to Japan. So we are here to provide a seamless financing to to create the value chain of the green hydrogen or green ammonia. This is one example. However, the key thing here, the key message from me is that identify the key bottlenecks and try to work or try to consider how best we can tackle these bottlenecks. It's something similar to the risk allocation analysis Gibbs kindly introduced at the previous session, but we need to work together, and JBIC try to be a kind of driver to implement those green financing through our equity and also loan function. Thank you.
I'd be curious your thoughts, Leali. Are we expecting too much from the financing sector? And Pierre, you can also give your thoughts on that.
Well, Gibbs, I think the expectation is already there.
So we don't have any choice.
I mean, there is no we all know that the government finances are stretched. They are dealing with multiple crises. I mean, we are jumping from one crisis to another. So yes, the private sector now is in the center of the picture of them actually driving the decarbonization and the transition of the economies. So yes, there is a lot of expectation on that. Now, the issue is, and I agree with Kenny, probably yes, there needs to be a definition of the bottlenecks. There needs to be a collaboration between the MDBs, that is the multilateral development institutions, between the private sector players and between the government, to unlock a number of sectors. So there needs to be an honest conversation in relation to that, and there needs to be innovative tools to unlock the markets as such. These types of discussion can go for hours.
Harder to implement in practice.
Exactly.
Yeah. Your thoughts on that, Pierre, and then we'll see if there's any questions.
Definitely, I think we expect far too much from public. At the end of the day, public is taxes. So you want more public money, you raise taxes. And we all know that at some point, it's just malfunctioning because you are not going to be elected if you want to raise taxes. So that's the limit of the game. So and we expect far too little from the private. And once again, here are the numbers. Right now, globally, there is roughly between 100 and 130 trillions of assets that are global saving. And 1/3 is sovereign funds, 1/3 is like pension funds, so mutualized saving that will pay the pension of people, and 1/3 is, let's say, savings from individuals. We are speaking about 100 to 130 trillions. We are speaking about a need to finance the whole decarbonization of the economy between 4 to 6 trillion. So globally, if we have policies within the private sector that would allocate between 3 to 5% of the stock of saving. So it's not raising taxes to finance something, it's the stock, it's the things that are, locked somewhere. If we reallocate between 3 to 6% of this stock on a yearly basis, you finance the full transition. So where is the bottleneck? The bottleneck is how do you unlock those people to flow their money towards decarbonizing. And for me, it's not a question of carrot and stick, it's mostly a question of how do you fulfill the basic fiduciary duty of all those people that are managing the money mostly for the pensioner or for the state. And therefore, you cannot say, you cannot only rely on subsidized value chain, because we all know how it ends. Usually it ends fairly bad. You need to focus on the real economy with real return, and then you need to cooperate with the public to have the risk-reward adjusted ratio that are very interesting for anyone that would invest pensioning money, for example. And this is the way to unlock it. You need to behave. Climate finance should not be seen as different as any other type of financing, because anyway, it's certainly the biggest investment opportunity ever. The amount of money to be invested is just huge.
Yes, thank you very much. We're running low on time, but I suppose if there are any questions from the floor, we can try and answer them. Otherwise, we'll turn the time back to our... Oh, a question there? I can see a hand up. We have a mic. It's coming.
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. My name is Shafi Al-Husayed. I am from Saudi Electricity Company. I am managing the innovation and emerging technology management in the company, chief engineer. My question is for Mr. Muhammad Sadiqi. Thank you very much for this panel, first of all, but I want to kindly to elaborate on your projects in 2 dimensions. The first one is you fund the green projects only, or any energy project? This is question number 1. Question number 2 is, what is the criteria selection of your funding? How do you fund your project? What is the criteria of selection? The second question for L'Ustadha Layali. Thank you very much for your presentation. I want to also kindly, if you can elaborate on your criteria of selection. Thank you very much.
Do you want to go first?
Well, just recently, let's say 21, 22 years, the last 2-3 years, we have been associated with many projects that deals with environmental degradation and climate change. We successfully passed and approved 3 major projects. One of them, this interconnection project in the Gulf that will strengthen the interconnection system through building a substation or a switching station in Kuwait, and then connect to the southern Iraq. This project is a pioneer project. Not only it has environmental implication, but also it is for the first time GCCIA leaves the member country to outside to Iraq to provide the southern part of Iraq with reliable source of electricity. This is one of the projects. And the second project that relates directly to climate change is the sand and dust storm project that it's transboundary from Iraq to Kuwait, but also it is affecting Saudi Arabia, it's affecting Qatar and Bahrain. Kuwait Fund working in association with the UN Habitat in order to implement this project, to find out the causes of the sand and dust storm from where it originates, and then put solutions to it. So this is funded by Kuwait Fund by a grant from Kuwait Fund. And the third project, you know, we all heard this catastrophic problems in Pakistan when they had the flood. So Kuwait Fund is also, with its Arab coordinating groups, financing, building a dam and a hydropower plant, 800 megawatt, with storage capacity, 1.6 billion cubic meter of storage capacity that would hold and protect the Peshawar Valley from future flood. So these are the type of projects that we, in the path of green or clean future. But also we finance developing projects needed for development, such as power plants, transmission, just ordinary infrastructure projects. And the guideline, like I said, first thing we need that this project, it's a priority project in the developmental strategy of the country. A team of Kuwait Fund technician, an engineer, a legal advisor, and an economist, they do field evaluation. After they do the field evaluation, they approve it, and then they put set of covenants that monitor the implementation of the project. And of course, procurement, control on the procurement, and control on disbursement. This is all done by Kuwait Fund. And then, of course, we have a monitoring mechanism through engaging consultant to supervise the implementation of the project.
And from MIGA's perspective, the criteria that we look at, first of all, it has to be a foreign, a cross-border investment. So we only can support foreign investors investing in host countries. But most importantly, in relation to the projects that we are able to support, first of all, we are a development institution. And as such, we would look at the developmental impact that this project would develop. So it's very important for us to ascertain that this project would be delivering positive impacts for the community, for the country. So we would look at the employment levels, we would look at maybe the revenues that is being generated to the government. We ascertain that the environmental and social impacts are also positive in that sense. And you mentioned green projects. I mean, green finance, it's quite a very loose terminology. But for us, as I said before, we do need to ascertain that our projects are Paris aligned, so that there is a mitigation angle, adaptation angle, and they are meeting the national determined commitments of the country. So these are the broad, I would say, criteria that we would look at for in an investment or a project that we are supporting.
There's another question there. I see a hand up.
Assalamu alaikum, Mohammed Mannan. I am production planning manager and development for Kahrama, Qatar. So my question to JBIC, we're talking about energy transition finance, and this is not necessarily only for green energy sources, because every country has its own plan to transition, which is going hand by hand with the conventional generation. It seems that the conventional generation facing some difficulties nowadays, but it's part of a plan of a country to transition, because this cannot happen in the medium term or short term. I would like to hear what is your strategy for financing conventional project as a part of transition plan to the green energy or decarbonization.
Thank you for asking the question. There are two versions of answers. The first version is the official answer, politically correct one. We can finance the project if it is in line with the national commitment under the Paris Agreement. So this is the politically correct answer. My version is answer is that in addition to that, we need to look at the two criteria I mentioned during the session. First one is alignment with the national commitment. The second one is the alignment with the company's commitment. If the Japanese company is committed to be net zero by 2050, and the project goes beyond 2050 without any mitigation factor, then that project might not be in alignment with the company's commitment. If there's any decarbonization element added on to the project, that makes the project in alignment with the company's commitment, that would open up a door for our consideration. So the second version answer is my personal answer.
Are there any others? Otherwise, oh, I see another one, back of the room.
Thank you very much for the insightful panel, Julian Janssen from Fluence. Question on the ESG element when it comes to financing, and it also came up in the insurance presentation before. How do you consider ESG factors when you're investing or financing into, in particular, energy storage assets? And the reason I'm asking is, battery energy storage, there's products now coming out with fully circular, entire supply chain certified products, but that comes at a premium. And whenever I put that to customers, they say, oh, we would love really good supply chain guarantees, full circularity, but we're not going to pay a premium for it because guess what? We're not going to get a premium from our investors for it. So everyone talks about ESG, but nobody's willing to put their money into that and through that finance more ESG compliant battery energy storage solutions. So interested on how you see that in the panel.
This I can partially answer. So in our investment process, in fact, we are running like impact fund. So the first filter is that do you fulfill, the need of decarbonization? Here you are raising another topic because at the end of the day, it's the question of double materiality that you raise. Can we do the good by doing the bad, right? And this assessment needs to be done. And today we need to be extremely pragmatic. There is no full circularity on Earth right now. We are still living on a system that is massively extracting natural resources to transform them into stuff that we like to consume. The circularity do not exist. We can just see that with the amount of waste that we put in the ocean and in the landfills. So it's a bit like theoretical to believe that we are living in a fully circular mode. The value chain that we try to build, in fact, they are the ones that are started to be built. For example, you are mentioning the batteries. So the batteries is mostly the metal value chain. So as you may know, the decarbonization of the economy is extremely, I would say, they like a lot, in fact, metals, what we call critical metals, like 5 to 10 to 15 times more than, let's say, the fossil fuel manner. To give you an idea, just if you want to decarbonize Europe, which is mostly energy efficiency, electrification, heat pump, etc., putting like more grids, of course a bit of batteries, etc. We are speaking about using the same amount of those critical metals by the end of the decade, so in the next 2000 days, that we have used the last 150 years. So that gives as well the pace of investment that is required. So in Europe, you've got a report that was released and made by someone called Philippe Varin, that was the former CEO of Suez. And this report is not public because I think it's a bit scary. And is explaining, in fact, the tightness of those metals. In Europe, we know that we are short of copper by 2025 if we want to do this kind of thing. So now you've got as well the public sector that start to move, but more for geopolitical reason, where basically when it comes to metals, you speak about relocalizing part of your value chain. So here we're speaking about extracting metals from mine. This mine goes into, let's say, Europe. You've got then the refining and the processing there. You've got, the metals that are used for the batteries, and then you've got the recycling. And then from this recycling, you've got a chain, that is working. And the commissioner, for example, in Europe right now, similarly to a product that would enter in Europe with a high carbon footprint. They are currently looking at putting some ESG labels or KPIs linked with the metal that would enter into Europe on those chains. So I would say that there is two ways, again, to answer to this question. The first one is, are we doing something that makes sense with what we need to achieve, which is decarbonizing the economy? What is, then, once we've said that, what is the cost of doing it? And is this cost from an ESG perspective is acceptable or not? Bearing in mind that at the end of the day, we also need to be very pragmatic.
Yeah, I just as an aside, I was in conversation with an old mining hand, if you will, and he made the comment to me, everybody's talking about hydrogen, they should be talking about metals, because of the implications.
And hydrogen do not exist today. I mean, it's
I think we'll wrap it up there. Thank you very much to all the panelists, and thank you to the audience for your participation.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs Johnson, and our esteemed panelists for shedding light on the critical aspect of financing the energy transition in the Middle East. I would now like to invite His Excellency Engineer Adnan Ishaq, board member at GCCIA, to do the honoring. Starting with perhaps Mr. Gibbs Johnson. Mr. Pierre Abadi. Ms. Layali Abdin. Mr. Muhammad Al-Sadiqi. And of course, Mr. Kenny Kitamura. Thank you once again to our panelists and our moderator for the past session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to move on to session number 6 for this event. In this session, we will delve into the role of hydrogen in a decarbonized economy. This session will highlight the different pathways to achieving a decarbonized economy and the challenges of scaling up the hydrogen supply chain. We are honored to have Ms. Maria Khain, Principal Project Manager at EPRI, as our session moderator, and our esteemed panelist, Dr. Firas Al-Abdouani, Managing Director, acting at Hydrome, Ms. Linda Bou Khalifa, Technology Manager for Hydrogen Supply Chain, Storage and Mobility at Shell, and Mr. Cornelius Matthews, CEO of DII Desert Energy MENA Hydrogen Alliance. Please help me welcome them on stage.
So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you all for being part of this hydrogen session today. So, I would like to start the panel sharing with you some thoughts and some figures regarding the hydrogen momentum that we are living nowadays. So, hydrogen momentum is strong. More than 1,000 projects, proposals have been announced globally. Nearly 80% aim to be fully or partially commissioned through 2030. Europe remains the global leader in hydrogen project proposals with 35% of global investments, followed by Latin America and North America, each representing 15. Growth in North America increased following the announcement of the Inflation Reduction Act, signed into law in August 22, with the goal of lowering US carbon emissions by the end of this decade. Although momentum is strong, and the industry is planning investment in the clean hydrogen, much more needs to be done. To be on track to net zero in 2050, more than a doubling of announced investment is needed by 2030. While Europe leads on announcements, North America leads with committed investments, followed by Europe, the Middle East, and China. For developers to take FID, securing offtake and potentially government funding is key. Most projects at or past FID have either captive offtake, for instance, developed by companies with internal demand on hydrogen, or long-term offtake contracts. In terms of government funding, each continent and even each country is different. The largest schemes in Europe are IPCIs, what we call Important Projects of Common European Interest. There are production tax credits and credits for carbon capture and storage in the US, defined by the Inflation Reduction Act. In Japan or South Korea, for example, funding has supported infrastructure build-outs, whereas hydrogen clusters haven't received government funding in China. If we take a look at the figure, 65% of the investment are focused on the hydrogen supply. In terms of regions with high energy demand and early focus on hydrogen as a decarbonization vector has advanced more projects to FID. That is the case of, for example, Europe, China, or North America. In regions expected to export clean hydrogen and its derivatives, with limited local demand, projects tend to be larger and in earlier stages of development. That is happening in Latin America, Australia, Middle East, or Africa. But as I mentioned before, more efforts are needed to be done. The total investment gap stands at $380 billion until 2030 to be on a net zero trajectory, assuming all announced project proposals of $320 billion are deployed until then. The largest gap is within hydrogen infrastructure and end use, and it's about $135 billion. But not all projects, even in advanced planning stages, will reach FIDs or be built. That means that industry needs to be developed significantly more project proposals to enable the needed deployment. If investment of $700 billion are to be deployed until 2030, they likely need to pass FID before 2027 or 2028, given the time needed to build the projects. In terms of deployment of electrolysis capacity, more than 200 gigawatts electrolysis capacity is needed by 2030 to track net zero in 2050. That means more than 200 times the capacity installed today. In terms of technology, alkaline accounts for 60% of the global cumulative installed electrolysis capacity, followed by PEM. In China, the largest market, most of the electrolysis capacity deployed is alkaline, while in Europe and in North America is PEM. But what about the global hydrogen flows? Hydrogen and its derivatives will be heavily traded. 400 of the 660 million tons of hydrogen needed for the carbon neutrality in 2050 will be transported over long distances, with 180 million tons crossing international borders. In a cost-optimal scenario, about 50% of trade is by pipeline, while synthetic fuels, ammonia, and other derivatives transported by ship account for 45%. As we see in the screen, Europe and the Far West will depend on imports, while North Africa and China are largely self-sufficient. Countries that will play a major role in the export of hydrogen and derivatives include Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Oman. Lots of opportunity for these regions. Trade has huge advantages. It can reduce the cost of hydrogen supply by 25% between now and 2050, and this will accelerate the hydrogen transition, which can reduce 80 gigatons of CO2 emissions by 2050. So what are the main challenges to be addressed in this region for the deployment of the hydrogen economy in terms of off-takers, in terms of government support, in terms of supply chain, in terms of cost deployment projects, in terms of regulation, in terms of many, many topics. Hopefully, we will have the opportunity to discuss some of these topics after with our panelists. So let me introduce you to Mr. Cornelius Matters, which is CEO at DII Desert Energy and representing the MENA Hydrogen Alliance. He will share with us the potential of renewable hydrogen in MENA region and will illustrate us with some examples of more relevant projects in the region. Then, our second panelist, Dr. Firas Al-Abudawani, Acting Managing Director at Hydrom, will share with us the Oman Green Hydrogen Strategy and his experience in orchestrating the national interest in renewable hydrogen. Before moving to the Q&A part, Ms. Linda Bukhelifa, Technology Manager, Hydrogen Supply Chain, Storage and Mobility at Shell, will share with us Shell's strategy to become a major player in this world trade hydrogen, creating global hydrogen markets based on Shell's vast experience with liquid natural gas. So Cornelius, please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. It's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you for my dear friend Dr. Ahmed and the EPRI colleagues inviting me. Well, hydrogen seems to be a hot topic now. Just a few years ago, I think it wouldn't have even been on the agenda. So if I may get my presentation kindly, I would show a few slides as well. So I think after Maria's very comprehensive overview on global developments, it's a pleasure to give an update on how we see the regional development here in North Africa and the Middle East, and particularly GCC, where the world has changed quite dramatically. So while the colleagues are uploading the slides, let me maybe step back briefly. So we as DII Desert Energy started almost exactly 14 years ago in looking at the possibility to harvest the vast solar and wind resources and connecting markets via grids. Renewables at the time was expensive, was exotic. Now it's become a mass movement, and since a few years, renewable energy, both solar and wind in the region, has been by far the cheapest source of energy, which is actually quite an impressive development. Would it be possible to upload my presentation, please? Wonderful. So that was the original idea, and only a few percentage covered by solar in theory could supply the 160 terawatt hours energy consumption of the world, which is, I think, quite remarkable. And if we, so this is where we stand currently with our organization as an independent think tank, a little bit more than 100 partners from 34 countries, and many partners here from the region, the developers, the investors, companies like, Blackstone, Breakthrough Ventures, or on the hydrogen side, Hy24, and the hydrogen value chain well covered. And what we do with DRI, and as we started early on renewable energy, 14 years ago, we started actually 7 years ago, in 2017, the year the Japanese government published a hydrogen strategy. We had the first big keynote on green molecules at our annual event. It was actually in Dubai at the time. So it's always good to start a little bit early on these kind of things. So we did, for example, a 2 times 40 gigawatt initiative together with our partners, Hydrogen Europe. We presented, I remember, in April 2020 during the height of the pandemic. So these kind of things we are doing to help the market. So this is what I mentioned. Not even in 2050, optimists would have expected to have costs like solar PV and other technologies where we stand today. The last 10 years have been a revolution, have been really a revolution, and where we stand today is all the combination of this, tipping points, prices, technologies, market shares, is a perfect combination to have a massive acceleration. You know, we have 1,100 gigawatt of solar PV now. In a few years from now, we will have half of this as yearly newly installed capacity. We have tens of terawatts in just a few years now. And this is really massively accelerating only due to economic factors. And we will overcome, I'm pretty confident, all the challenges, on supply chain, on materials. So this was a study we've done with our partner Roland Berger. We published in May 21, where we looked at 2 main factors. One, the revenue potential for hydrogen of the GCC countries, and the other one was the job creation potential. And we found up to 1 million jobs in just 3 GCC countries. This is really a huge opportunity to transform entire economies. And countries like Morocco, Oman, they can reindustrialize. The new currency is lowest cost ever wind and solar. You convert from electrons to molecules. You can attract energy intensive industries and all of this. This is actually quite massive. Now, on where we stand in concrete terms on hydrogen development, we've been tracking for the last 12 years, basically, every single solar and wind project. You can also download many of the studies, also Desert Power 2050, the first big system study we published in 2012. And this is a new thing we launched a little bit more than a year ago, basically tracking in all detail every single hydrogen project in the region. And what we've seen is a paradigm change. While countries like the UAE and Saudi just 2 to 3 years ago saw hydrogen almost as kind of a threat, for the existing business model, oil and gas, this has dramatically changed. Who would have thought that at the World Future Energy Summit in Abu Dhabi, the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, we see a green hydrogen summit. And this was in January this year. Neom green hydrogen, people, they don't even cannot understand now the massive implications of this first of such a kind project. This is completely uncharted territory, 8.5 billion project, which actually yesterday achieved financial close. So there will be many, many learnings in this respect. So every single country has big developments. NEOM on the west coast, Saudi east coast as well on blue hydrogen. Saudi is massively moving. I see Saudi almost a little bit under-communicating. We'll hear a lot more from Dr. Firas on Oman. Really impressive what's happening there. UAE is pushing big time, different projects, also big ambitions in e-fuels, up to 5% by 2030, being a major aviation hub. I see dear friends from Egypt here. Egypt has signed many, many framework agreements, 9 to be precise, and 24 projects overall. Morocco is picking up with a new head of Mazen now, and also quite a few projects under the radar screen. So the last slide is basically to show what is necessary. And again, looking back, this is similar to where we were in Europe 25 years ago at the start of the liberalization of electricity and gas markets. So this is Zeta, the sister of the MENA Hydrogen Alliance. We are currently launching. The new company is incorporated, and ZETA is basically a zero-emission trade alliance, a platform to help to develop markets which are not there today. Last year we had a big exercise with off-takers to connect the producers with off-takers, and we see many challenges. You know, the off-taker challenge is the single biggest challenge we hear to make projects bankable, and we believe even though there is not any market for tradable hydrogen today, ammonia only 10% of the market, it's the right point of time now to join forces and jointly create step by step a tradable market. And with the GCC Interconnection Authority, Ahmed with his team has shown, you know, to start step by step with the GCC backbone to trade electricity. We are confident that also political decisions will go towards the liberalization of markets. Oman is the first country to introduce a spot market. We hear from the UAE and Saudi going towards a carbon regulation. Basically, all of this comes together now. So we're not only creating a tradable market for hydrogen, but a tradable market for all zero-emission energy. And even more so, we believe it is important to create a separate market for the physical good and the green characteristic, or we can call it low emission characteristic, which has been a massive enabler for European electricity markets, for virtual, for corporate PPAs, these kind of things. So with this, I close, and this was actually a recent study we've done for ASEAT in Oman. But anyway, I will leave the word to Dr. Firaz, who has done really amazing things since last year for fast-track development of hydrogen in Oman. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Cornelius. Let's check if my mic is working. You can hear me? The mic is up? Yes. Thank you, Cornelius, for the introduction, and Maria. Today, and thank you, the host, for the invitation. What I'd like to do today is to walk you through what Oman is doing to address the topic, which is the scalability challenges we find with hydrogen. So I'll take that and present it to you in the context of Oman's strategy towards green hydrogen. And like Cornelius, I'll wait for my presentation before I delve forward. Here we go. So from my perspective, I would like to share with you some of the learnings that we have captured, some of the objectives that we would like to do, and how this is intertwined with the subject matter today. The flow of energy today is primarily and extremely important. We're here hosted by GCCIA, so there are multiple elements that we want to look over here. And one of the elements is this interconnectivity. So just as we have interconnectivity when it comes to electricity, as an important element of the decarbonization movement, given the intermittency and the flows of electricity, we have the similar situation going to pop up with hydrogen. So when we came in Oman and started to look at the hydrogen world, and we wanted to understand what its role in the decarbonization is, and we looked at the hydrogen ladder and the different industries, the hard-to-abate sectors where hydrogen is expected to play a role. And there's a huge gamut of these with different opinions. And then you look at the consumption of hydrogen and where it starts. And always it's the best to look backwards into history and then also look forwards into the projections. So according to IHS, we had around 74 million tons of hydrogen consumed in 2020. If you look at the IEA, they say around 95 million tons. So it's in that range over there. And primarily, according to IEA, it was 99% gray hydrogen, which means it's created by fossil fuels with a lot of emissions. For every kilogram of hydrogen you produce between 12 to 35 kilograms of carbon dioxide. So a hugely emitting product at the moment. According to IHS, that percentage is 89. But anyhow, you get the general picture that it's a very dirty product and it's in a very niche element. The reason there's so much hype about it is that hydrogen is seen as a versatile tool, which could be seen as an advantage or a weakness, depending on how you look at it. Now, hydrogen, we believe, has a lot of sectors that it can address. And we also believe that there are different scenarios that pan out. It's a crystal ball at this nascent industry where we need to look. So we looked at different scenarios. We looked at, for example, the 2 degrees temperature limitation based on the Paris Accord, or 1.5 degrees. We looked at business as usual, or whether it's a sustainable development scenario, or whether it is the aggressive net zero scenarios. And as Oman, we selected the 2 degrees scenario along with the Sustainable Development Goals. With that, we expect the hydrogen to grow beyond the 3% per year to around 6% growth and hitting around 440 million tons of hydrogen by 2050. We believe 400 million tons of that will be low carbon, split equally between green and blue. The difference between them is that blue is identical to gray in the way it's created by fossil fuels, but the carbon emissions are captured and stored or used. With regards to green, it's done differently. It's done electrolytically. You take distilled water, you take electricity, and you split the water into green hydrogen and oxygen. Now, hydrogen is a very difficult to transport molecule, and therefore we believe only 50% of the low carbon will be transported and 50% of it will be localized. So the market we're looking at is around 100 million tons of green hydrogen that is tradable, and Oman is looking at addressing around 8% of that market share. And then we look at what are the capabilities of Oman. Why should we play in this role? And if you look at the solar potential and you look at the wind potential, in each of these, Oman falls into the top 20, top 25 nations in the world from a solar resource perspective. However, when you combine the profiles and look at the aggregate profile you get of renewable energy that you can inject into your electrolyzers, then Oman actually comes into the top 5 nations in the world, given the complementarity of the wind and the solar resources we have. This is a potential that is for us to harness as Oman, and we wanted to compile that and to structure it into an objective for us. So energy security, given the geopolitics, what we have seen, the situations that we have in Europe and the rest of the world, make it an opportunity for us as Oman to address a shortage in the world, to provide some energy security as a solution, and also to address our local energy security elements. Gas is expected to hit a particular level of addressing the local industry requirements, and therefore finding an alternative primary energy source that is also low carbon in its nature is something that is essential to us. That also moves into diversifying the local economy and attracting the hard-to-abate sectors, and also given the enormous magnitude of these projects and the supply chain, we can bring some of these supply chains into Oman. Decarbonization, of course, is there, keeping the FDIs flowing in, and then spurring further innovation and capability development are elements that we also look into. What becomes important is then the ability for us, given this God-given resource, to do our human element, which is to structure the market and to be able to reduce some of the risks. We saw in Maria's presentation that they expect around 10 to 20% of these projects announced to succeed. Now, what can we do to increase that percentage? One of the first things we need to do is to structure the market in such a way we can filter some of these elements to set up the support systems required from a government perspective, from a coordination perspective. So the government sat and structured the market by making it clear who the policymaker and regulator, in our case at the Ministry of Energy and Minerals. And then there was a role that was created, the orchestrator, that sits as a buffer between the government from its policy and regulatory perspective, and also the developers at the other end, where we're primarily targeting the international developers. So this separation was created for two purposes. One, the agility that a state-owned enterprise can do compared to a government. That was a primary reason why Hydrom was created. The ability to recruit and hire workforce and to also be more interactive with the industry. Now our role, and this is where the responsibility comes in, is to really look at the crystal ball today before it becomes a commodity and try to analyze what are the sectors that we want to hook onto and to address. Based on that, we need to find what are the project sizes that make sense and the scales of economy that are suitable for it. We delineate the lands, we structure them, we look at the project-on-project risk elements and try to mitigate them, or at least to try and address them and package them in ways where we can address. We then run the process of auctions. We want it to be a competitive approach, a collaborative approach, but one where we introduce new partners to Oman, not just the ones that we're used to historically. And then we oversee the execution, not from a developer perspective, but just ensuring that the milestones that have been put forward to these awardees is actually achieved. I'll come to the common infrastructure in my next two slides just to show them, and then we're also the repository of the data. What we want is to improve this process cycle on cycle, round after round when it comes to the auction processes. We own the data that is generated by these developers when it comes to the resource assessments. We take them to improve the quality of the auctions that we launch. What we perceive in Oman, which is somehow different from other nations, it depends from one nation to other, but we split our projects into 3 zones. We have the upstream zones over here, which you see on the top left of the screen. Over there, we have our renewable energy blocks, where we have the PV, the solar, and the wind, and we also keep the electrolyzers over there. And this is one of the paradigm shifts that we have. We're keeping the electrolyzers further up into the renewable energy resources rather than in the downstream. And by the downstream, we mean the elements next to the shore over here, where you have the derivatives and the heavy industries that use hydrogen being consumed. What is in between them is the common infrastructure, these pipelines. We have reasons for this. If we don't do it this way, if we bring the electrolyzers towards the industrial zones, which is the typical approach, then it's primarily driven by the electricity. And that then becomes a bottleneck given the technology we have. You can flow far more volumes and amounts of energy as a molecule rather than electrons today. There's another reason, which is the creation of a pipeline network enables Oman to grow and foster its hydrogen network itself. So we're looking at following similar paths to what the electricity network does, what the gas network also does, and we also look at it as a way to interconnect with our neighbors. In this slide, we just show one element where we're tapping into the UAE. That's just being put there as an illustrative example. We see this as being as a regional network that is going to be growing and to be serving the GCC and the rest of the world. It's a collaborative approach that requires to be done in a staged and a calculated manner. There are many challenges that we have faced and we will continue to face. And it's an opportunity for us to work to achieve our ultimate goal, which is the decarbonization and creating a better future for our next generations. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Linda Boukhelifa. So my role is technology manager for Shell. So I look after the development of supply chains, and basically the scope of activity covers liquid hydrogen, ammonia, but also transport of gaseous hydrogen. So they're also looking at pipelines. So if I could see my slide. What I'd like to share with you today is basically some information regarding Shell's transformation and a strategy regarding the development of the supply chains, and also share with you some of the challenges that we face and the type of activities that we are undertaking to address the challenges. So I'm waiting for my slides to show. Excellent. And this is not mine. Thank you. Okay, so the title of my presentation is Hydrogen from Niche to Scale. So as we all know, hydrogen has had some important use in the past. The volume that has been produced thus far is quite small, mostly gray, turning into blue and hopefully green in the future. And there's a desire to see this growing at scale. So we see great use of hydrogen. It has been named the Swiss Army knife. But for that to become a reality, you need to develop those supply chains. So there's a lot of discussions around the production side, a lot of very great work happening with regard to increasing the capacity of electrolyzers, costs going down quite significantly, and it will continue, hopefully. But perhaps less is said regarding the rest of the value chain. And here what I would like to address is more the transport of, the long-distance transport of hydrogen, so intercontinental. So it's a very important slide that Shell I have to show you, so you don't have to read through it, but basically what it tells you is that I may speak about things in the future, I'm a project myself, but you should definitely not buy Shell shares on that basis. So what I'd like to touch upon is our purpose. So a couple of years ago, there's been a redefinition of Shell's purpose, and basically we stick to the strategy that we want more and cleaner energy, and it does sit under 4 pillars. So around obviously generating shareholder value, and we've talked about that earlier. That transition is a challenge if you really want to make that a sustainable business and create money for your shareholders. So deliver on your promises. Obviously, powering lives, we need more energy, so that's a given. It has always been the mission of the company. Obviously, also achieving net zero emissions, like many companies and countries. Shell has also the objective to be net zero emissions by 2050, and doing this by respecting nature. So environmental goals are also quite essential in our mission statement. So as we do this, we are looking basically at developing a set of solutions. So it's really a panel of solutions. Hydrogen is one of them, but we're also looking at decarbonizing LNG. We are looking at biofuels, electrification of demand, and the whole power system. So there's quite a lot of solutions that are being worked internally to really offer choices to the customer on the basis of what works best for them to decarbonize. So for this presentation, I will focus on hydrogen. So why hydrogen? And I believe it has been said before, we really see hydrogen as a key energy vector to decarbonize hard to abate sectors. So those that can't be easily electrified or for which you need really high temperature heat. So obviously mobility, so heavy-duty transports. We see also some development with regard to aviation and marine, when some players have experts also interest to use liquid hydrogen as a way to decarbonize mobility. The jury is out there when it comes to heavy duty, but we do believe at Shell that hydrogen has a role to play. Decarbonization also of industries, such as the steel industry. So there's quite a lot of development also with companies expressing interest in exploring the potential of that solution. Of course, the power. So we've seen already hydrogen being used co-fired with natural gas. Similarly, we see also ammonia being used co-fired with coal to start decarbonization of those sectors. When it comes to heat for building, again, the jury is out there. It may have a role to play, but the scale of it is to be seen. And finally, and I would say that's maybe the most obvious, is decarbonizing existing gray hydrogen. So for the fertilizer sector, refineries and chemical industries. But of course, it has to make also economical sense, because when you look at the trading of ammonia today, the costs are already quite high. So you definitely don't want to make that less affordable for the different players. But what it says is that hydrogen has definitely a role to play. Then how it will play across those different sectors, what will be the market share, it's yet to be decided, and ultimately the customer will tell us. So indeed, Maria introduced earlier that in Shell we believe that we can really build on our experience when it comes to LNG. We have developed this industry over the last decades. We've brought this industry into an affordable solution, but it took us decades to do so. So when you look at the challenge in front of us when it comes to hydrogen, we have to do the same thing. It's even more complex because technologies are not necessarily readily available, and we have to do it much faster. So the challenge is bigger, but ultimately it takes the same type of thinking process. You have to think about the whole system and understand where the opportunities are to really make those solutions safe, affordable, and reliable. So I'm not going to repeat what what the other speakers shared with regard to the transport of hydrogen between continents. So we see a potential of hydrogen being transported and traded this way. We believe that at Shell we can play a role in making that a reality, but we see also the need to take a stepped approach. We have first to prove that it makes economical sense. We need then to develop the solutions so that we can scale up and then further mature this business. This is an example of a value chain, so liquid hydrogen. So as I said earlier, we also involved on ammonia and also gas pipelines, so transporting hydrogen in the gaseous phase. But here's just to give you a sense of the type of activities that are taking place in our organization with regard to really unlocking the potential of this energy carrier. So that's for a green hydrogen value chain, so from the renewable power up to the end customer. And basically, we see a set of challenges that we have started to tackle. So one of them is basically the power integration, which does require a lot of great thinking, and I know folks in the room here know perhaps better than me when it comes to that building block. We're also looking at managing intermittency, because one of the challenges with renewable power is that you have to manage the fact that you don't have a constant feed into the electrolyzer or into the Haber-Bosch system, if you want to speak about ammonia production. So you need this buffer of gas hydrogen, and the scale that exists today are relatively small compared to what we will require. So you have small gas storage, like a high-pressure tank in the order of 1 ton. Then you have salt caverns, and perhaps in the future, the gas field that takes you to the 100,000 ton. But in between, you don't have much solutions in the market. So we also realize that there's a gap here to be addressed. We're also involved in liquefaction of technology, so taking existing technologies to the next level when it comes to scale. So try to reproduce the types of value chains that we've developed for LNG. We're also looking at large-scale liquid hydrogen storage, and there's a project that you may be familiar with, which is a project that we do in the US together with McDermott, CBNI, NASA, and GenH2, and that is basically supported by the US Department of Energy, where we try really to bring the technology to a much higher scale. So from the 5,000 cubic meter that you see, that exists today when it comes to storage of liquid hydrogen, up to perhaps 100,000 cubic meter, which is what you see now in the LNG space. Then comes shipping. So we've talked about that earlier. What exists today is the Swiss Frontier ship, which is a great example of us being able to transport liquid hydrogen by ship. But obviously, we need to take that to the really next level when it comes to scale. And eventually, the demand with the H2 Accelerate consortium that we participate to. That's an example of us in technology working closely with projects and really trying to refine what the problem statement. And that's a project that has been made public. So the H2 Sines Rotterdam project, so together with our partners, Engie, Vopak, and Anthony Vedder. So we are trying basically to test whether transporting cheap electrons to countries that are energy short, whether it makes economical sense. And what will be basically the steps that we need to take to make that indeed a sustainable solution in the longer term in other regions. So I'm not going to talk too much about that because I realize I'm way over my time, but I think it would be, I wanted to show you an illustration of some of the activities that are taking place in our organization. So with that, I will close my talk, and then I guess we can go to the question. Thank you very much.
Is my mic on?
No, it's
I don't think so.
It's working.
It's working? Okay, thank you. So thank you for all your presentations. And before jumping to the audience, in order to see if you have some questions that you would like to share with the panelists, I would like to start the discussion talking about challenges, because in all of the presentation, we have comment about the need to scaling up, the need to accelerate the hydrogen deployment projects, the need to we have 10, you mentioned also, Dr. Freire, we have something like as a seed of 10–20% of the projects that are announced finally are commissioned. So I would like to start a discussion asking all of you, what are the main challenges to be addressed in the region for the deployment of the hydrogen economy? So Cornelius, do you want to start?
Yeah, Maria, well, there's many challenges,
Yeah,
but I would be very confident that these challenges can be fast overcome. And I wouldn't be surprised if we look back from 2030 and we see an even faster development in the 20s that we've seen in the 10s for renewables, which, as I outlined, has been a revolution. So the main challenges, I think, number one, the off-taker challenge. We talked about this. So the off-takers basically don't off-take or don't commit to long-term agreements because they don't know yet what they will need to do. They sometimes on certification, on the definition exactly, on low emission hydrogen. We are over the color discussion, but it's about the CO2 equivalent content per kilogram of hydrogen. So I think there governments really need to improve things. And while Europe is bold and ambitious, you know, the 20 million tons, 10 million from inside, 10 million from outside Europe is amazing. But on execution, the delegated act, it's good. We have one finally since March, but the delegated act is pretty onerous, you know, and pretty unrealistic as well. In making hydrogen imports quite unlikely with the current version. Then infrastructure, of course, to store and more important to transport, to move. Pipelines, we have the European hydrogen backbone, but pipelines between, let's say, the region here, partly between North Africa and Europe, they're there. But we need more, obviously, infrastructure in this respect. We also need more electricity interconnections, very important. So it is about balanced, and hydrogen provides a seasonal storage element. You know, Europe and globally, we're speaking about 80% molecules and only 20% electrons. And then I would say, last but not least, on the technology side, so electrolysis is not a new technology, but it's a fast evolving field with still relatively little track record. So if you look at the established companies, even the big ones, ThyssenKrupp, Alkaline, Siemens Energy, PEM, and there are many other examples, we face significant challenges, and reinsurances are working together to provide, for example, performance cover, which has been crucial at the early stage of PV, or in terms of outsourcing, guarantee commitments from the balance sheet. Not even the big companies can afford to do so, but there is quite a challenge in terms of data, you know, long-term operation of electrolyzers, which is a track record which is slowly being built now. So I think there is some practical challenges if we come down to, you know, to hard bankability requirements, where we, of course, need big movements. But I want to again mention the NEOM Green Hydrogen project, which I think 2–3 years ago would be unthinkable for the world, and now it's such a precious reference. You know, it's completely uncharted territory, which has been really closed pretty fast, $8.5 billion, and over 70% leverage. It's basically a purely commercial project, purely by commercial, 23 local, regional, international banks with ECA coverage from Euler Hermes from Germany, because they source ThyssenKrupp electrolyzers. So this will be, I think, a very valuable reference and case study now to accelerate the global one.
Linda.
Yeah. No, I think it's great, and perhaps I will add to that, especially coming from the European angle, the social acceptance. There's a lot of discussions around ammonia having an advantage over other energy carrier because of the infrastructure being already there and demonstrated, although not at the scale that we may envision for the type of transformation that we aspire. And that scale leads then to new challenges that we are not necessarily used to, because you think of a terminal with much larger scale of hydrogen storage versus what is now experienced by, for example, the fertilizer industry, is that leads to different type of risk management. And basically when you see that those terminals are often not that far actually from where people live. So it does require a different thinking, and also to familiarize the public on the new challenges that those new projects are going to bring. And those are not challenges that we can tackle, but it does require the right communication with the public. I would say also, for me, one of the key challenges, especially as I work on the projects together, as working on the technologies, is the whole affordability, so bankability aspect. Because you realize that basically we're trying to build infrastructure on the back of quite expensive hydrogen today. Ultimately, it will become cheaper, but today it's expensive. This is why we need to bring those infrastructure. So as much as possible, you may want to leverage the existing infrastructure. So we work a lot on trying to reuse existing pipeline, understand what it takes to reuse existing pipeline, what are the safety risks, and how you can mitigate those risks. There's also discussions around reusing LNG terminals, especially if you look at ammonia as the energy carrier. So trying and manage that exposure of having to invest big on infrastructure today on the back of expensive hydrogen, especially if you want to leapfrog to green, as opposed to take perhaps a more pragmatic stepped approach, as we see perhaps in East Asia. And that also leads to another challenge that we see is the lack of vendors in the market. Because it's really hard to understand what is the size of the price. And if you're a company who's doing quite a good business in LNG, you see LNG having a great future, the odds of you putting resources and energy in developing new technology in the hydrogen space are perhaps low. So as Shell, we see the need to stimulate the vendor landscape. So we are not so much in the business of trying to develop own licensed technologies, but it's really trying to make those technologies available and fund those vendors so that they really take interest in developing the solutions that we need under the spec that we think are required. Because another aspect is the whole integration of the value chain. Because as you look at developing those supply chains, it's not about the specific technology, but it's how that technology is going to fit into the overall system to deliver reliable solutions and with in mind the way this will be operated. So it does require a very clear understanding as to what the specifications should be, and therefore the solutions that those vendors will develop have to meet those specifications. So then we're back to the whole collaboration world. So it's a bit of a buzzword, but it's a real one in the sense that without that those supply chains will not make economical sense.
And Dr. Firas, from your perspective in the Oman region?
From my perspective, I'd like to start with the top level. Is the mic working? No, not yet. So. Mic, 1, 2. It's working now.
Thank you.
All right. I'd like to start from the top. So from my perspective, the first and the root cause of the challenges that all decarbonization vectors today will face is the lack of a carbon price. So this is an externality that we as humans have always been emitting these negatively impacting waste products, but there's no cost associated to them. And there are many reasons for it. I mean, if you come and you have your industry impacting your local environment immediately, the local agencies will come and clamp down on them. It's visible, immediate, and the impact is immediately on your own society. When it comes to the emissions we have related to carbon, it took us time as humanity to realize that there are some consequences to them, and then it's being emitted into the atmosphere where it is shared among the whole globe. So there's less of an accountability and responsibility. I think the European Union, when they came up with the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, was an instrumental step to actually force the world as an economic bloc to work with a set of rules that they have put. And that is a cloud that moves forward. The reason I mention this is because that, for me, is the root cause of the bankability or the offtake issues that Cornelia started in mentioning. So offtake is challenging. Today, if you try and buy green hydrogen, first of all, you'll be hard-pressed to find it. And on top of that, the price of it will be between $6 to $20+ per kilogram, whereas the equivalent gray hydrogen is less than $1, at least in our GCC area. In Europe, it could be up to $2. So you have a delta of 1 order of magnitude in price. And so this is significant. It's not easy for the market to come and actually absorb this kind of delta. So you have all of these different schemes, with the contracts for difference, such as what H2 Global in Germany is doing. But that is not suitable for large projects. There's no nation that will come and subsidize such large projects with such large volumes. All of the subsidies are happening at a smaller scale. So on pilots, you have quite a few of them happening for ceramic plants, for glass plants, manufacturers, and then the largest that I know of is the Shell project in Rotterdam, a 200 megawatt electrolyzer project that is being supported by the European Commission. So you can see that there's a scaling issue that needs to happen, and there's a cost associated to it, and unless there's a revenue to bring it, which should be related to the problem, which is the carbon, then we have a serious issue. I'll come and localize it to Oman, because I talked about the global elements. When we look at it, Oman is a nation that is oil and gas dependent and has progressed towards diversifying away from it, but we still remain predominantly oil and gas reliant. And if you look at the industries we have and our hydrogen consumption, we consume around 700,000 tons of hydrogen annually as a nation. So quite a small percentage of the global consumption, which is around 100 million tons. Now, for us to come and do these large-scale projects with a small industry is also a challenge, because normally you always try to link your generation with your local offtake. This is what Europe, what the US, what China are doing, what India is doing, and we have a limited market. So we really had to split and look into two things. One, how we accommodate the global market, and that is what Hydrom is doing. And what can we do to structure the market in such a way that we can export a lot of the products. But primarily, we want to import a lot of the industries into Oman. So it's a double benefit for us. It's an element that is upon our shoulders to see how we can balance between the global requirements of export of these products and the derivatives, the energy derivatives, and for us to import the actual industries that use them, for us to sell out a more value-added product out of it. And this is a long-term thing. So the way we've structured them is that these projects will take a 7 to 9 year development cycle with us. So we're giving the market for them to test in their home industries and then come to us, Oman. So we award to them now in 2023, but we expect them to come to the market by 2030, 2032, and they have a large development cycle where they test. The other portion that we're working on is now the smaller pilots. How can we do them in such a way that we get this to move forward? So it's a multi-pronged challenge. I mean, if you look at every angle of the hydrogen economy, it's full of challenges, which in a way are also opportunities. And I think for all of us on the panel makes our life quite interesting and gives us purpose.
Thank you so much. So I have lots of questions regarding job creation. You mentioned during your presentation, Cornelius, regarding collaboration that you have already mentioned, Linda, and the different ways of transport hydrogen for long distances, ammonia, methanol, and regarding these needs to scaling up, and how we can scale these couple of megawatts projects to the 100 megawatts and gigawatts. But I would like to ask the audience if you have some questions that you would like to share with our panelists today. No questions on hydrogen? Okay, one question over there. Jack, to break the ice. Come.
Thank you very much for the insightful sessions. My question to Dr. Firas, you mentioned about the Oman strategy. I think it's very bold strategy somehow, especially that is associated with the green energy applications. And there are so many questions related to green energy options. But beside that, I would like just to inquire if the strategy integrates the R&D and research as a part of the overall strategy in the way that we would like Oman not just export hydrogen, but export technology as a part of the overall creating revenues for the country. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the question. And on the slide deck that I had shared, and it's available, I think I caused a problem for Linda because I presented 7 slides, and in fact the slide deck had another 25 slides after that. And I did that on purpose because usually when we present the Oman strategy, it takes half an hour to present it to 45 minutes, not the 7 minutes we were allocated. But I added the full slide deck so that the audience can receive them and you can see the full strategy there. But one of the slides that I did present were the 5 objectives for Oman getting to green hydrogen. And number 5 was actually about innovation and capability development. And what you mentioned, R&D and exporting of technology falls for us under that bucket. So we're quite serious about galvanizing the localization of R&D in Oman. And again, you need to have scale to be able to attract the kind of interaction you want between academia and the industry to be able to come up with intellectual property. I think we have been successful in doing that in the oil and gas sector. So there are some IP that Oman has developed, and this is an opportunity for us to do the same in the green hydrogen space, inshallah.
More questions? Are you hungry? Yeah, I think so. Okay, so I think that we can stop here right now. So thank you so much for your contribution. Again, I think that it would be great if we have the opportunity to continue the discussions during the lunch and during the other days. And thank you so much, all of you, for joining today.
Thank you, Ms. Khain, and our esteemed panelists for sharing your insights from your expertise on the role of hydrogen in achieving a decarbonized economy. I would like to ask you to remain on stage, as I would like to ask His Excellency Engineer Yaqub Al-Kayoumi, board member of GCCIA, to do the honoring. Starting with Dr. Firas Al-Atwani. Ms. Linda Boukhalifa. Mr. Cornelius Matthews. And of course, our moderator, Ms. Maria Khain. Once again to all of our panelists and our moderator for the past session. Ladies and gentlemen, before we wrap up today's session, I want to express my sincere appreciation to all the moderators, speakers, and attendees who have made this day incredibly insightful and engaging. Your valuable contributions have enriched our understanding of energy storage and its role in the transition to a sustainable future. I would like to ask everyone from the audience to make sure to scan the QR code on the presentation and answer the survey questions online. Also, as we conclude day 1 of the Energy Storage Forum 2023, I'm delighted to see the enthusiasm and commitment displayed by all of the participants. I hope that the discussion from today's sessions have provided you with valuable insights, sparked new ideas, and fostered connections that will continue to flourish throughout the remainder of this forum. I encourage you to return tomorrow with renewed energy and an eagerness to continue learning and engaging with the topics at hand. Together, we can make a significant impact in shaping the future of energy storage and driving the energy transition forward. Thank you once again for your active participation and valuable contributions. I wish you a pleasant rest of the day, and I look forward to reconvening tomorrow for another day filled with informative sessions and fruitful discussions. For now, I would like to invite you to enjoy a networking lunch at P3 level right after you finish the survey online. Thank you so much for your time, and I will see you tomorrow.